hey, we're like live and stuff. I'm scared.
Why? What the fuck?
I haven't run a session in like a month, and I've like completely moved house and everything in the meantime. So like,
The whole new world.
it is a whole new world. Hey, welcome everyone for tuning in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Welcome to the show, which is basically just me slowly losing my mind. I don't know if you guys know, we're playing Date Everything tonight. We're actually not. We're playing D&D, but all these people want to do is date everything. So we'll see how that goes. We got some shit for you this evening, and I'm really excited about it. Including you might be able to see a brand new overlay, and in the brand new overlay is brand new art as well. So you can see all the art from the characters, including one of the NPCs, Tybella, and also an NPC, Yusefka, which is on a different rolling video card, but it was too cute to not put into the thing. So like, hey, deal with it. Sorry about it.
I'm not playing her. That's
For the
not what's
record.
happening.
For the record,
Not
I'm
Yusefka.
playing her.
Rin is not
I'm not
playing
playing
Yusefka.
her.
And if
Somebody
you
new.
treat her like Yusefka, you're banned from my... No, I'm joking. Including if you're a player. Get the fuck out. No.
Alright, fine. Fuck, my bad.
Bye.
Oh, God. Hey, it's been a time. There's been a fuck ton of shit that's happened in the last month. I've moved states. We went to Critical Role in Sydney. We went to Critical Role in Melbourne. We all have... Rin's got a lot of life shit going on that I don't know what you've discussed, so I'm not gonna talk about it on stream.
You're forgetting one of the most important parts of Sydney.
Wait. We went to the aquarium! It was so much fun! We went... Honestly...
Cute.
The most wholesome fucking day. Considering how much alcohol was consumed the night before, we had such a great fucking day the next day. I have never seen Rin so emotional in my entire life. Rin immediately broke down seeing penguins. It was the most cute and wholesome fucking thing in the entire world.
I adopted one too. I have a
did?
bracelet right here. His name, by the way, is Shuttle. He lives off the coast of South America. He loves to live on his little ridge. He's isolated, doesn't like other penguins, and likes to just watch below as he tends to his family. He's adorable. He's a wife guy.
Yeah.
But I'm tracking my son.
I love that.
You know, like any good parent would.
Speaking of Rin and Sydney, Rin, welcome to Echoes of Divinity.
Whoa!
Rin will be joining us for the inevitable future at the moment.
Inevitable? Fuck,
Well,
make it sound
the future-
foreboding. Fuck.
The future is
I
inevitable.
knew it. Railroading from day one. I fucking knew it. Illusion of choice just fucking shattered.
Oh yeah, this is a story. I don't know if you know. But hey, I think for Rin's benefit, what we should do is recap. And who more perfect to recap than the sluttiest rogue in Tomato? Promethean, what happened last session?
Instead of recapping, what I'd like to point out is if you check out Sounds Like Adventure right now on their Table Business podcast, you can listen to Emily talking about this very channel, Hexes and Vexes. Check it out on YouTube, Spotify, all of the podcasty things. The Table Business by Sounds Like Adventure. There's a really cute little interview. You should go check it out.
That's really fun. Could you recap the campaign?
No, I've taken
Rin has a question.
far too much of the
Hi,
spotlight.
Rin.
Wait, can you recap the fucking campaign, please?
Oh, the entire campaign?
Hey, the
Yes.
good news
Just the
is,
last
if
episode
you'd
for
like
me, that'd be
to,
great.
if you'd like to recap the entire campaign and you don't want to commit to hours and hours and hours of time, I understand. You can go to our wiki and you can read all the recaps there. It's real good.
Yeah.
Whoa!
In the
Hey,
meantime, though, D20, would you like to recap, please?
The entire campaign?
No, just
Yes.
last episode because
Oh.
Promethean
It
is driving a
started when
bus
you were a baby.
and has hit you with it.
So, wonderful audience. The last time that we were here, we were at Scarlet's home, the Bells, a very, very ostentatious and wealthy family in Kaivalyan, the north of Damada. we'd had a lovely dinner where Scarlet's older brother Harrison turns out to be an arse, and also turns out to be Marcus's new brother-in-law, as he's now married to Amber Drody, now Amber Bell. Scarlet asked a number of leading questions about her parentage, which kind of went in different ways. We also met a gentleman that came in to introduce himself as a new family friend, but seemed to be very close to the Bells, but was eyeing up Hakari. Our beautiful and demure paladin basically went straight for the younger sister and immediately picked her up over dinner, and then romance ensued, which is somewhat problematic because her fiance was at the table as well, but he seemed to miss that.
He had no idea. He didn't pick up on what I was putting down.
Missed it all completely. You were just too pure for us to do.
Hey, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss.
Plus, our devilish rogue was entertaining the mother of the table, Lady Bell herself. He was talking away, giving away all sorts of things while looking after Tybella, which was delightfully sweet of him. The first time we've seen that side of Velendar. The night went on, everything was fine, everybody went off. I would strongly suggest Delphine had a longer night than some of the rest of us, but we will park that there. The next morning, after Marcus had finished bathing himself in milk, which is a very important ritual, he went off to talk to Hakari.
I completely forgot about the milk.
Notes, dear boy, notes. Hakari went off to talk to this gentleman that we'd run into. The gentleman appeared to have martial skills similar to Hakari's himself. Whispered something to Hakari about a former beloved friend of Hakari's, dropped a net, and then magically disappeared, proving Marcus' suspicions were completely right. At the same time, Velendar was eavesdropping on some of Tybella's conversations, which he normally does. It appears that Lady Bell knew that, I would say, Velendar's parents perhaps might be in town, and it was time for us to leave hurriedly. So with that, Marcus looted as much as he could, had a quick word with Harrison and Lord Bell, and then we promptly exited, where we're about to seek adventure with a new companion.
We're about to actually roll the intro. We're gonna roll the intro.
I'm very excited about this.
Durmara, a world once torn asunder, silent, lifeless, lost to the ruin of selfish gods and ancient magics, until the four divine siblings descended: Delane, Matisha, Nylani, and Thalassa. The deities made flesh, breathed life into the ashes. Now the world stands reborn. 5 realms rise, 4 under divine rule, and 1 neutral heart where power balances are on delicate blade's edge. But fear lingers, and magic, mistrusted, unpredictable, still stirs beneath the surface. Something long forgotten always remembers. Welcome to Echoes of Divinity.
Hey, we're back. I'd like to take a moment to thank Matt fucking Mercer
What the fuck?
for the narration of the intro. I had the honor and privilege of meeting Matt Mercer at Supernova, and he was very kind to record this little intro for us, and also asked a bunch about the campaign. It was really sweet. And also what Thirsty Thursdays is. I'd also like to thank Gremlinfoggart for all of the wonderful art that you see on the stream here tonight. It's fucking out of control. So hey, thanks. Let's play some D&D, or attempt to. So last you left off, you were attempting to flee the estate, having understood that Havia has some pretty fucking shady parents who are now fast approaching at least the region that you're in. You don't know whereabouts they are. Because the people that initiated this escape is Tybella, Amelia, and someone you don't recognize. Before we head to the cart that you all stand at, and as you're about to board this cart, Hakari and Scarlet are pulled aside by Amelia. And also by someone that you don't recognize. Hey, Rin, do you want to describe your character for us, please?
Sure. I'm panic scrolling through DMs to try and find it. Hold on. So Alicia Gnatth is she is an elf, a high elf. She has hair similar to mine in length, but is even on both sides. Brown with little tinges of gold flecking the bottom of it. She's very thin, very small, lithe in some ways, but is adorned by a blue tunic that is centered around some belts that carry various bits and bobs, what you would imagine would be like some sort of reagents, maybe some stuff she's found in the woods, with some very simple gray pants and some very high ranger's boots. Both of her hands are covered in 2 wraps that go around to protect her arms, presumably from a bowstring. And poking out of just the left side of her left wrap is a small shadowed tattoo. She has a small pendant hanging from her neck. But for all intents and purposes, looks like someone who you would trust immediately. She's a very kind face, a very gentle disposition.
Insight check.
Just go for it. Also, could everyone roll a d10, please?
Oh, yeah.
Christ.
Hang on, I can't find it.
And Rin, you are welcome to roll d10s for all of the party members.
18 on the inside check of the claim to have a trustable face.
Okay.
You mean these Raven Ridge dice we have, DM?
Yeah.
That's the D10, there we go. Okay, so Javier is a 9.
Huh?
Cute.
Offended.
Delphine is an 8.
Oh!
Yes.
Marcus is a 10.
Accurate.
So,
Also, just pointing out, it's canon that everyone in Damata is hot.
It's
right?
just
so
the hotness that they are.
His ratings, correct, are on the hot end of the spectrum. Just where exactly how hot they are.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And also, it's to each player, right? It's not overall hotness. It's to this player, right?
Yes.
Hey, DM, can I roll my D10 with advantage because I love and adore Rin Vixen, please?
No.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, no?
We don't do advantage.
Uh-oh.
Can I give him the help action?
No.
Uh-oh.
What are you
Uh-oh.
doing? Taking all of your clothes off? Like what? How?
Yes.
No.
I show up on the car naked.
Rin, you're gonna have to do something cool to make me re-roll that die. I'm so sorry.
Insight-wise, you haven't even spoken to this person, but the first thing that they did when they came out of the Bell estate was approach Hakari's horse with steel-cut oats, which he specified is the thing that only one of his horse eats, and then something else for the other horse. They have then immediately started engaging a conversation with Amelia, and there is no like animosity or fear that emanates from any of the people around this person. So you, for all intensive purposes, they look trustworthy enough. You, however, trust no one. So like, here's the thing: you decide, baby girl.
Also, I'm gonna recognize those eyes, right? Like, I am fully aware that this person was lurking around following me the previous night, whilst I was on patrol around the Bell estate.
Maybe.
No, definitely.
Okay, great. Listen, who's the TM? I don't know. No, I'm joking. Okay. Knowing who you are, Velendar, Are you going to attempt to listen in on this conversation?
Who's involved in the conversation specifically?
Amelia, this person, Scarlet, and Hakari.
Yes, but in the process of immediately getting into the cart expecting a very fast exit.
Another cart pulls up at the same time. Alicia, Amelia Bell pulls you aside as well as her daughter, and Hakari, and says to you, you know best what to do in this situation. I need Scarlet safe.
I think it's best we split the party. Myself, Quernos, Del, and I believe it's Mr. Drody. We'll head off in the opposite direction. The rest, I think they go opposite. We split. We meet back up in the main city, a bit northeast. If we don't arrive within 3 days, go to the river nearby, and I will find them.
She lowers her voice now as she speaks to you, and she says, you know that we do not condone magic in this household.
Aye.
But if it's the difference between Scarlet's survival and not, do what you must.
I will, Lady Bell.
I will hold them here, and I will send them in the other cart. In Hakari's cart.
Dart some eyes towards both Javier and Delphine and Marcus. Up yet, and immediately mount onto the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm. This other cart, to the three of you, and also to Tybella, who will be joining you on this journey. The cart is it's pretty simple. The inside, however, really fucking nice. I'm talking like velvet seats of like blue. There's like a little bottle of wine sitting in the back of it. This is the Bell cart. However, from the outside, very unassuming. You wouldn't know. It is open window to the driver's seat. So like no glass, no nothing. You can converse through to this person. Are you all jumping on the cart?
Yeah, but talking through a window won't be necessary. In this particular instance, Velendar will want
a sit up the driver's
60
seat?
line of sight and will be seated next to the driver.
Cool.
I think it's the best idea to be sitting next to the driver.
Listen, darling, you came up with a wonderful plan. Right now, don't question me. Please, just get us the fuck out of here.
At least obscure yourself.
Of course. And Velendar will don, kind of not strip off his fancy clothes that he's been wearing, but will pull out some traveling clothes and kind of robe himself somewhat hoodedly.
Good. You do so easy enough. Tybella gets into the back of the cart. Delphine, Marcus, are you both hopping into the back of the cart? Good.
Marcus is
Delphine's on the roof. Excellent.
Yeah. Always.
Delphine,
you know
I just have these 2 chests of clothing that I need. Can you just help me heft it in?
Did you lift those from the estate?
Knickknacks.
Oh, for fuck's sake, less talking, more fucking carting. And Velendar will jump out and assist with these chests, dragging them into the back of the car.
And gingerly climb into the back with Tybella.
Great. So it is Marcus and Tybella in the back of the cart. Nothing could ever go wrong. Delphine is on the roof. And then you have Velendar and Alicia side by side in the driver's seats. Driver and passenger princess seats.
Ready when you are.
The cart takes off, and you, Delphine and Velendar, you would see this quite easily. if you were to look back, you would see that Amelia is ushering Hakari and Scarlet back into the Bell Estate. Where the fuck are you guys going?
So
we have a map, and I'll shove the map forward up to Velendar again. We were going to go
grab it before. I'm going to grab it before Velendar can even take it.
Yeah, cool.
There's a nearby mark on the map that we were going to head to and meet them there. Apparently, it's perfectly safe. Velendar?
I believe the plan has changed, Marcus. There seems to be some kind of city route now involved, but yes, a little detour would not be a terrible idea.
DM, what is this mark?
Velendar will point specifically on the map that you are now holding to
Which
one of these
one?
circled locations. Which one, D, was it we decided on?
Because
The one closest is DM.
I will send that to you, Rin. Give me but a moment. The closest one to you. You guys are just outside of Namrita. Yep.
Apparently, someone recognized that as something to do with an edge. A chords, perhaps.
Okay, I'm glad you specified. Okay, so that would be the furthest. Similar distances. Oh no, are you specifically going to a Chord's Edge one? Then it would be the north one. Yeah,
Correct.
Cool.
So whichever of those, and that literally doesn't matter the location, whichever of those is. So Alicia had laid out an actual destination for both splits of the party, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Emily.
No, that's just me. That's me saying yeah and getting nervous at the route that you're going on. But yeah, sure. So Rin, when you're looking at this map, it's the furthest north circle and cross that they're referring to. You would know, Rin, you've got the same map that Promethean has. So the cross on the right, and Pro, you would know this too. The cross on the right in the mountains, that's the mines. So just be aware that if your intention was to go to the mines, you're not going to a Chord's Edge location. You're going to that.
No, not yet.
Cool.
No.
The north, Alicia, you would know is the top part of Namrita. It is not a super large town. It is fucking freezing up there, like snow galore. You would also know that there is a lot of negative activity in that region specifically.
Look, I know it's not the best option, but I said we would go northeast. Namrita is, I think, the best bet. It might not be safe, but it's a place to lie low.
We had a rather terrible experience at Namrita last time.
Well, we won't repeat it, will we? Because we'll be lying low, won't we?
Well, it wasn't really a choice, and the things they used to detect us, at least we don't have any of those left.
Tybella pokes her head out also at this point and she goes, I'd just like to point out that last time we went to Namrita, I fucking died.
Well, where would you like to go then? I told them that's where we would meet.
My other suggestion is that might not be the worst idea because you don't kick the hornet's nest twice, right?
As long as you don't, as you say, kick the hornet's nest, I think we'll be fine. I can stick to the shadows, what I know. We can stay at the outskirts in the forest. I'm familiar with the area. Don't worry about it. You can trust me.
If we don't enter the city itself, I'm sure we'll be fine. It would be the last thing that she expected.
Who's she?
Not important right now. What is important is that we get fucking moving.
Cart
We've
is
been moving.
Yeah, cart is moving already, and it's moving
Would
in
you
the
rather
direction
me whip the
of...
horses faster?
I'm not terribly posed.
Please don't. They didn't need to do it. They're okay. We can just they'll do it. Don't whip.
Delphine is right. My personal approach is to blend in. There's no need to panic. There's no need to rush. We're going to get out of here.
I sure doing a little blended in as you were sneaking around the estate last night.
The intention... I wasn't
Was to what?
sneaking, thank you very much. I was making sure that we're all safe.
That's my job. You don't need to do it.
Maybe so for certain people, but certainly not mine.
Look, if we're gonna get off on the right foot, we need to trust each other. I don't know you from a rat's ass.
Oh, delighted. I'm Marcus.
Lovely.
That's Velendar, just in case you get his name wrong, because he tends to use different ones. Delphine's on top, and this is the wonderful and somewhat angry Tybella. And your name was, sorry?
Alicia.
Alicia. A pleasure.
Excuse me, Marcus. You forgot a very important member of our family.
I always leave Honey to you, my love.
Honey's just going to come down and sit on the... I don't know what this cart looks like. She's just going to sit in between you and Velendar and just kind of be a bat.
I think what Honey will do, having done this in the past and not been swatted for it, is Honey will take purchase on Velendar's shoulder at this point.
Yeah.
And just sit there. You see a small white bat, Alicia, that just is looking between you and Velendar at this point.
And you'll see Velendar throw the filthiest look at this bat, like, why? But then just absent-mindedly just give it this little chin.
She knows.
Affection.
Sorry, what was that?
Hesitant to show affection.
I wouldn't exactly call that affection. It could be diseased. I need to keep it on side.
It's not diseased, I can promise.
I'm
I don't think a disease could live in its body with how much honey it eats.
Listen, it's very similar to my approach to Marcus. You be kind to it so it doesn't do something silly. Now, in the meantime, I have a question for you. What is it about you that makes it so important that you are suddenly in charge of Scarlet's safety?
Before we get to that, Marcus, two things. Thing number one, Tybella this entire time is just at you. Eyes piercing yours consistently. You don't sense disdain, but it is someone who is actively paying attention to your existence consistently. Number two, as you're watching this figure before you, a voice makes its way into your head. The voice of someone you attempted to contact, Raella Nightlock.
What a delight.
In your mind, you hear, "So bold, Marcus Atticus Drody. I suppose you think you're being clever by telling me where to find what is mine. Not so clever. I suggest you don't step foot back into Agora. Or do. Because seeing all of you would be very fucking thrilling. That being said, thank you for the information. The book will be mine once again. And once again, you will never hold it." Cuts off.
To Tybella, but audibly, we need to talk as soon as we're within a suitable distance from the estate.
About what, Marcus?
There's a list now, and it's growing, and it'll be marvelous. But first, we should probably make some distance. Are you comfortable?
Marcus, questions? Never.
I am, if not, a whisper in ink.
I'm fine.
Tybella.
But don't pretend like you care.
Didn't he literally just save your life, lady?
By the way, we should talk about how to get in contact with your friend Briley. I'd be very curious.
Many curious things, Tybella. But at the moment, we're at breakneck speed at this wonderful new cart, which is remarkably well appointed and with a new chaperone, I believe.
Which is where we go back to Velendar and Delphine, who's on the roof, and also Alicia. Back to you. Velendar, I believe you asked.
I'm sorry. Did you need me to repeat the question?
A little bit busy with the road, yes.
What is it exactly about you that makes you so important that you are in charge of Scarlet's safety?
I was her charge since she was a babe. That's all you need to know.
So not particularly long, then.
By your standard, no. I've been around for a hot minute.
Well, if nothing else, you seem to have some measure of competence. And yet,
Seems to.
you're here and not with her. Why?
For machinations I can't explain. Your safety is important. Your safety is imperative to her safety.
Oh, thank you. I assure you, those of us on this cart are in far more danger than Scarlet is right now.
Well, then I'm in the right spot, aren't I?
Speaking of danger, I have a question. You were all gifted magical items last session from the shopping twip.
We were.
From the shopping twip.
That's shopping twip.
Promethean, what item have you taken, and have you started attuning to it?
Not at this point. I think the panic will have kind of prevented him from actually doing so. But we were actually given these items, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah. At which point, when he mentions that everyone on this cart is probably in more immediate danger, he will pull out his brand new shiny ring of mind shielding then and settle into the seat and start the process then of attuning to it.
Good to know. D20, what have you taken?
Marcus's fabulous hair is only made more fabulous by a headband of intellect.
Fuck off.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
You're welcome. Thank you, DM.
Salt, have you decided what you're taking?
I forgot.
No, you're okay. You're fine. You just let me know.
What? So on brand for Delphine.
You just let me know what it is when you think of something. If not, let me know and we can brainstorm some stuff. That's fine. It's part of D&D. Velendar, as you put this ring of mind shielding on and begin to attune to it, a voice enters your mind. And for this, we're going to go to a really quick... No, we're not. I'm joking. I'm joking. But what you hear is a voice of someone. And they say, poor little... Actually, no. You know what? I'm going to get someone else to tell us. We're going to go to a cutscene real quick.
Oh, you absolute fuck.
Poor little Velendar. I hear that's what you're calling yourself now. Do not flatter yourself. I didn't come here for you. You were never that important. But since you're near, I suppose your death will serve as something useful from the disappointment you turned out to be. Unimportant and unremarkable. There won't be a legacy. No final words. Just a dagger. And a purpose you'll never be worthy of understanding. Run as far as you want, Velendar. I won't chase you. You're not worth that. But if you cross my path, I'll end you. Quietly. Like snuffing out a candle I forgot I ever lit.
The voice of your mother, Velendar, And really quickly, I would like to thank Laura motherfucking Bailey.
Are you absolutely fucking shitting me?
Voicing,
all right, hey, I said I was going to have another one of these every time I was actually flawed over the course of this session. Give me a minute.
I'd like to thank Laura Bailey, who the second I suggested this was like, fuck yes.
Fucking hell.
Hey, you know how we're really competitive? Top that, motherfucker. You hear the voice of your mother, Solanzara Quirinath, speak in your mind. What do you do?
Well, this is clearly fucking broken, isn't it?
Sorry, what?
He will probably just shake his head in dismissal at that point at Alicia. And this is directly into his mind, right? Like there's no... Yeah. Okay, no. He just will continue then with the attunement to the ring. And will assume that its function has not yet come into play. And that kind of fucking bullshit is the exact reason that he asked for this thing.
With the reaction that you have given off, you don't necessarily see it because you're not looking in that direction and you're definitely not paying attention. But like, you are good at peripherals. Even scattered, you notice, and like, same goes for literally anyone on this cart that saw this reaction from Velendar. But specifically, Tybella looks directly at you, breaking her eye contact from you, Marcus, for the first time since being in this cart. What are the rest of you doing?
I think Alicia's just sitting there, driving the cart as fast as she can, not talking unless someone talks to her.
Marcus will lean out for a moment, put an arm on Velendar, and... Are you less than okay? Do we need to go faster?
Evidently not. No, everything's fine, Marcus.
Could you roll a deception check for me, please?
Why? It's obviously true.
Because I'm about to insight you.
Sure. There's 18 on the die, so good luck. That's going to make it a 27.
Okay, give me 1 second because this is Tybella and she's at least 6 levels above you.
I'm also going to need the actual text of that little spiel because I need you to understand just how
it's okay, I've got the audio.
The entire inside of my human soul went.
It's okay, I've got it both in note and I've also got an audio file for you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You said 27?
Mm-hmm.
32.
Excellent.
So what does Tybella glean from this moment? And anyone else that rolls higher than a 27 can also glean this exact same information, should you wish to.
Tybella, more specifically, would recognize the same reaction that he had when woken up by the dream image of her on the ship in the hammock. Mm-hmm. So the same level of freneticism that he had and aimed at Tybella when that happened is what she'll immediately recognize now. Mm-hmm. So she could easily assume that he's had some kind of vision or apparition of some kind related to Mother Dearest. Mm-hmm. The rest of the party might also share, if they roll above that, might also share not as bang on a recognition, but they would have seen him throw the dagger that time he saw her standing in the doorway. Same deal. So if you're above a 27, it's the exact same vibe of fuck, there she is. She has to die, and I hate this. Alicia, would you roll?
22.
Sorry about it.
Whoa.
It's okay, I'm not really paying attention anyway, so...
Yeah, you got driving to do. Good.
Yeah.
As the cart continues on, and does so, you are aware, Alicia, that this trip back to Namrita, it's not too far. It's about an hour or two maximum. And at the speed that you're going, you should be able to shave off some time. May I get you, Alicia, to make a survival check for me, please? You can actually do so at advantage because this is your job. Like, yeah. And you have been there and back a bunch.
21. 21?
Okay, great. You manage to speed up the cart, but also you are able to kind of figure out these different shortcuts that over time you have learned from all of the different errands and jobs that you have been out on, and also just your knowledge of Damada as a whole. You are able to both kind of keep this party on track, but also do so without the fear of being seen by eyes that you wish you weren't. What's the rest of the party doing?
If I may. As you start heading north, there's some clothes in the back. Put it on. You're gonna need it. Don't touch the effects in the chest.
Can I get a vibe check on that real quick?
Are you trying to insight check? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, like regardless of whatever the fuck is going on, being told that he can't have access to something is gonna perk his interest.
Yeah, cool. No, you can do so. Also, Rin, you may roll persuasion or deception. You don't have to tell us which one. You can tell me which one in a message, but
in a message. So that's 17 and 7's 24.
16. I have a -2.
Oh, she's just a little baby. Yeah. Just a vibe check on, on the nature of the...
okay. Yeah. It's not a don't touch my shit. It's a this is not the time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Velendar, I think, will reach back through... Is it like a window, like blocked, or is this like an open
No,
thing?
it's open. It's open and easy enough to converse.
Magnificent. Velendar will reach back into the aforementioned traveling clothes on offer then. Will stand in the passenger seat, strip down, and start getting changed.
I think at that, Alicia would kind of blush a little bit and look away. Kind of like... Didn't mean like right now. I just, okay.
Well, it's a very good idea. What did you expect me to do?
I didn't expect you to fucking disrobe right in front of me.
Eyes on the road.
I am looking at the road.
Tybella does something similar. She just starts changing. At this point, she's died in front of all of you. Her shame has gone out the window.
Delphine is not taking your clothes. She's just going to do her usual thing where she just makes her own clothes.
I love that. So
yeah. Except this, I think she's probably going to have like furs, like instead of like her usual garb of leaves and stuff. Probably furs is a better idea if we're going to the snow.
Just under her breath. There's fucking 5 gold for all that fucking, god damn it.
Marcus.
It's fine.
Marcus takes a moment, but he's looking for a conversational break or a moment to talk to Tybella. And if she's in mid, I don't know, changing clothes, that's probably going to be problematic for her, not for Marcus. But
she changes, but it doesn't take long. Like, and also she's not getting fully naked or anything. She's just like taking her top clothes off and, you know, getting
Marcus
warm.
reach over. Yeah, Marcus reach over and then he'll don another scarf in a moment when he picks one of suitable color, just to, you know, change up that appearance slightly.
Don't have much choice. It's more about being warm than fashionable.
That's, again, it's a statement.
The second that Tybella settles, she goes back to staring at you, but every now and again you like see her eyes kind of drift to the front of the cart. Not her head, just her eyes. Between the two out the front.
What's the distance between? Can I get so she'd have to move forward to I don't know, stab me or stick a knife in my throat as she normally does to Velendar?
Your knees are almost touching. Like
okay.
Yes.
So Marcus pulls out a bottle of wine just in case. You know, it's not going to help. Would you have a moment to talk as we journey through Tybella? I have some questions about the last, 24 hours.
Does it look like I'm going anywhere?
Again, Tybella, we've had many conversations which usually end up with you sticking a
Do
knife
you
against...
know how to answer anything with just 2 or 3 words instead of 3 or 4 sentences? Marcus?
Curious. Probably that's a kind of a multi-part question and response piece. So let's start off with
Yes
possibly.
or no will suffice.
Possibly it would suffice you, but for me, I need to, fully articulate the feelings of the moment.
Get to the point.
Okay, could be difficult, but let's start somewhere. There was at the moment of the attack, and I went with Velendar to try to bring you back from beyond. I had a curious encounter with an entity, and it felt like she spoke to me. Did you speak to anyone when you left this mortal coil?
No.
Did you see anything? Was any bargains or deals made?
I saw something, but it's none of your business. If you're asking if I made a bargain, no, I did not. Did I see a god? Did I speak to a god? Or an entity? Or a deity? Or any of those things? No.
And I'm going to try inciting all the way through this next bit, DM, just as for reference. But
that onwards or
no, from this point onwards.
Cool.
So Marcus takes his life in both hands, leans slightly forward so he's closer to Tybella than he's actually more comfortable being with.
The second you do, she draws her knife, but doesn't aggro it at you. She just holds it in her hand, twirling it.
Okay. It's that Marcus refuses to break eye contact because he'll probably just wet himself if he does, from sheer terror.
Yes, Alicia?
Would a passive 19 perception allow me to hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, this conversation's not quiet, by the way.
Yeah. Tybella is also
Marcus is never quiet.
quiet.
He doesn't know the definition of quiet.
The moment that she pulls the dagger out, I throw the reins to Velendar, or Javier, pull out my bow and draw the full arrow, knocking it back.
Tybella?
At Tybella. I am responsible for them, not you.
Velendar is grabbing that arrow immediately.
Let's
He
make
is
this.
He is right fucking next to her. She has it drawn. He is grabbing the arrow and he's gonna snap it through the bow.
Let's make
Someone driving?
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Because this is all happening simultaneously, right? Tybella brings the knife out, that's no issue.
Sure.
The bow being drawn, Alicia, I feel like you would obviously resist this arrow being grabbed, right? And so what we'll do is we'll make this a contested dex for you, Velendar.
Here's the fun thing about drawing a bow and arrow through a tiny little fucking window. If she wants to move it away,
it's an open cart.
Yeah, it was described as a window. If she's moving it away, it is no longer pointing at Tybella. So either way, I win. It's just going to come down to whether or not I have this arrow broken in my hand.
Okay, great.
Or
yeah,
if she's
that's
no longer
fine.
pointing
That's
it at
fine.
Tybella.
That's fine. But also, Alicia is real fucking trained. So,
She can try and fucking loose it, but I will catch it.
So,
or attempt to.
Here's what we're going to do. Dexterity for you, Velendar.
Mm-hmm.
Alicia, you can choose strength or dexterity.
Would you
Unless
be
you have another
all right
idea.
with acrobatics? Is that applicable, or is that just straight dex roll?
If you can describe to me how you would apply acrobatics to this, sure.
It's more so having the fine movement over my own body to be able to move out of the way of this arrow grab. So
are you physically
basically-
moving yourself and not the arrow?
Like a duck kind of situation would work. Yeah,
Like-
that makes sense.
Okay.
almost like we'll see what the rolls say. But essentially like moving the bow back, so still pointing it at her.
But
Actually,
you're
you know what?
more
Fuck
moving
it.
back.
Jumping to the horse. So now I'm standing on the horse, still with the bow.
Okay,
drawn.
great. So
Wow.
acrobatics versus dexterity, please.
If it's a
It's a
straight
26.
If it's a straight dex, I'm a dirty 20.
It's a 26. So
Excellent. Velendar stands between fucking Alicia and Tybella on the cart. Grabs the reins, fucking pulls the brakes on the horse.
My God!
Oh my fucking god, okay.
Delphine goes flying because she's not holding on.
Everyone is going to need to make a dexterity saving throw that is not Velendar.
Cool. So just as a point of reference, where was the knife being held, DM?
In her, like, if you guys are sitting knees to knees, right?
Yep.
It's basically at her, like, not her thighs, just above her knees, like twirling between her hands.
Wow. Okay. Do we have airbacks in this thing? Just
No.
asking a question
Dexterity
for.
saving throw, please.
Okay, sure.
got a 25.
You
You're-
fuck off.
You're fine.
Why do you have such good rolls?
This is your cart that you take control of. These are the horses that you command. You are used
You've
to.
jumped on these horses before.
You are used to the way that they move. You see this all happening, right? So you are able to steady yourself and almost just, instead of, like standing on the horse or anything like that, you're now just like riding the horse. Like, you're fine. And you manage to do so with ease. Velendar, you don't need to make one. Marcus, dexterity saving throw, please.
No problem, DM. That's a natural 9.
Okay, great. You, with how the carriage stops, you are like thrown back. You hit your head against the rear of the cart. You can't fly out the back of it. But you will take some damage if I can find the correct dice.
I get thrown through Tybella?
No, you're sitting facing towards the direction that you're going. She's
sure.
sitting with her back to you, like to the
That's okay.
thing.
No, just
So
checking.
she will
That's-
actually, if she fails, get thrown towards you.
Great.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrown back. You kind of like whiplash, go forward and then back, like smack. Tybella will not save, and will be thrown to like back and then towards you. She will take, as she hits the side of the cart, 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Delphine, your saving throw, please.
I also got a natural 9.
Go us.
Oh, okay, hold on.
That's why I told Rin to fuck off with our good rolls. It's so
could you-
unfair.
So Delphine is not sitting in the confines of a cart. So
She's on the roof.
could you pick
She's like
odds or
dangling
evens?
out the front.
Could you pick odds or evens for me, please? Odds or evens, baby girl. Odds or
Am I about to die?
You got
Okay,
this.
I'm gonna go evens.
Okay, evens, you stay on top of the cart.
Okay.
Odds, you leave the cart.
What
do I have to roll again?
Oh no, I'm rolling for this one.
Oh, thanks.
You stay on top of the cart.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
you do get thrown back and you just manage to just hold on. You do, however, take, as like You got splinters in your fucking hand, by the way. That hurts, man. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you...
What the fuck, man?
As this cart comes to...
Sorry, can you just hear a tiny little voice from Delphine at the back being like, can anyone join this group without trying to kill each other?
I'm gonna roll for Honey as well.
Honey's a bat.
Yeah,
Fly.
it's fine, because what happens is she sees this happen and just flies off your shoulder real quick and over to Delphine.
Excellent.
With a natural 19, so that's fine.
Excellent.
The cart is stopped.
Velendar,
What are you all doing?
visibly impressed at Alicia's ability to jump off the cart onto the fucking horse with a handbrakey involved, essentially. Visibly impressed. Eyes do not lose contact at any point. I'm going to assume that was a mistake and strongly encourage you to never draw on my friends again. Do we have an understanding?
I was put in charge of you, not her. The way she was sounding sounded like a threat. You're in my charge. You're the danger. I end it.
At this
If you're
point as
telling
well...
me that she's to be trusted, then fine.
At this point as well,
You can't blame me
Tybella
for...
stands out the side of the cart, like, cut on her forehead, and, like, the slightest bit of blood, like, leans out the side of the cart and says, "You can fucking try, Alicia."
Velendar will hold the reins back out to Alicia. Her safety is my safety.
My
Apologies
safety
for the
is my
disruption.
safety, Velendar. You focus on yourself. You're the one with the target on your back.
And you're the one bleeding, my dear.
Yeah, because of you!
I'm also already dead, so it's
Listen.
fine.
Can someone help me up? I'm stuck.
Tybella sits back in the cart and just looks down at you, Marcus, and she goes, "Would you like to try again, Marcus?"
Could you be more specific on what I'm supposed to be doing at this stage? Because and Marcus will kind of wriggle himself up. It's like, just a moment, Tybella. We have other more pressing issues. Alicia, we're a complicated group. I apologize for not starting off with that. There's a lot of tension here. We're all on the same side, despite appearances. Tybella has a very florid way of expressing her emotions, usually with knives. It hasn't ended in our physical harm at the moment. Can we get to where we're going? I just need to finish this conversation with Tybella about her coming back from the dead very recently. And, I need to ask a couple of questions and just fill her in a couple of details, which her and Velendar might find useful in our next journey. Feel free to join in anytime, folks. Can we go? And Marcus kind of mopped the blood off himself. It's like, yeah. Delphine, are you okay?
She's already climbing back up.
Okay.
Put splinters in her hands, but I mean, she's a druid.
Yeah. Apologies, Alicia. There's a lot going on here. We'll explain as we go on, but I just need to finish this conversation with Tybella. I'm reasonably safe. Aren't I, Tybella, with you?
She doesn't answer.
Marvellous. There we go. Marcus will prop himself up, kind of dust himself off, pick up a book and pick up the quill again. Right, Tybella.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
How far along would you say we've been?
20 minutes? Like, not far at all.
Okay.
Not far at all, because this all happened real fucking quick.
I think I'll make my way off the horse, walking on its back. Take the reins. Sorry. I didn't know.
We're complicated. It's no harm. Well, some harm, but no foul. Keep going. It's fun, honestly. It's things or stories. And nice move, by the way. Velendar's vaguely, impressed by that, to be honest. He won't say it, but I'll say it for him.
Marcus, shut up.
Not a chance. Shot on!
Velendar will move to the side. Hand the reins. Understood. You didn't know. Now you do. As you were. Marcus, behave yourself. Tybella, please don't kill him.
Kick the reins a bit.
Delphine.
Can I cast healing words on all of us that took damage? Because I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, you can, for sure.
I'm just trying to remember how it works.
Oh, fuck, I forgot to long rest Tybella. That's awkward.
Pretty much only I got anything really bad, right? Like I got 7, everyone else got less than me, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to use level 1 for that. Um, 1d4. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
I'm like, do I know how to read it?
Do I know how to spell?
Magic!
No. Cool. So everyone gets 2 points back.
Okay, fab.
Well done, guys. I'm
Good
happy to
job.
help.
Good job. Hey, proud of you.
I'm gonna kick the reins a little bit, not into a full-blown sprint anymore, but just so it's a nice trot, a little bit of a more relaxed kind of jaunt. And after a bit of time, silent. You'd think 600 years would allow me some sort of insight into some people. Still not very good at it.
Far older than you, Velendar.
Oh, yeah. Like, decrepitly so.
Dude, I thought that I didn't know people, and I've been here 170, something like that, years. Good to know it doesn't get any better.
People have never been my strong suit. Again, I'm sorry. I have something for you. If maybe it'll tide over my mistake.
Well, you say people aren't your strong suit, and yet you come delivering gifts. You seem to be sending mixed messages already.
Gifts for your survival? Or over than anything else?
Believe me, I'll take it.
She'll reach back through the window and open up the chest she told you not to fucking touch. And pull out a small wrap.
Rat?
A wrap. A small wrap. Yeah,
Delphine must impress.
Here you go.
The fucking rat.
Oh, he's so cute. Look at him.
And nestling the reins to her side, she'll unwrap it slowly. And as it starts to unfold, there's a very beautiful, very ornate black, like deep gem dagger. I was charged with getting you effects by Lady Bell. I was an observant one, as you were all bustling about the estate. And I thought that you could use something like this. I've seen it before. I never bought it for myself, but it's quite light. She'll flip it in the air, and it holds almost no weight to it. Like, it looks as if it's going to float away. Catch it by the handle, or the blade. It's also incredibly durable. And with her own dagger, she will smash the blade, the flat end of the blade, against her own, and it will just break her dagger. I need a new one anyway. Flip it around and hand it to you.
Velendar, I will send this to you, but you have been gifted with a venom lace dagger. For all intents purposes, this is 1d8, 1d8 plus your dex modifier of damage. It is a +2 to hit. When you hit a creature with this dagger, you can choose to inject a paralytic venom. The target must make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw or become paralyzed until the end of its next turn. 2 consecutive failed saves from the creature render it paralyzed for 24 hours. You can use that 3 times per long rest. Once per long rest, also, as a bonus action, you may activate the Shadow Crawler feature. For 3 minutes, the following effects apply. You are heavily obscured to creatures that rely on sight while in dim light or darkness, even if they have dark vision or true sight. While in this state, your movement leaves no sound or trace, granting advantage on all stealth checks, and no attack of opportunities can be made against you. The first time you hit a creature during this effect, the target has disadvantage on the saving throw against the venom lace poison.
Wow. 1, are you fucking insane? 2,
Yes.
are those properties going, like, is this rare enough that those properties are going to be something that Velendar recognizes on sight, or is that going to be by way of...
You don't recognize all of those things on sight, but it makes you feel real fucking cool. The things that you would understand, and Alicia, you know all of this, so you can share these. I will also send this to you now.
Yeah, I think before that conversation, it would be like, I assume the quality of this thing is of sufficient quality that it is clearly like a superior fucking weapon.
It's the most actually like nice dagger you've ever seen. Like,
and I think Velendar then will draw like one of his own daggers. Alicia, 600 years if nothing else buys you an incredible eye for quality. Take this as a replacement for yours. And thank you. What on earth possessed you to acquire this?
When you were talking about the other night, I could follow you, which means you could use a little bit of help. And I thought this might do the trick. Also, it does. Because my job mainly keeps me in the forest, I thought that you might benefit from the poison effects as well. It's something of my own design.
Of your own design? You made this?
Not the whole thing, but in part.
It's fucking exquisite.
Again, 600 years.
Truly, thank you.
It's no bad blood.
Keep that bow away from my friends, and there will not be.
I don't intend to anymore, so... Anyway.
I don't think anyone else in this group's ever apologized to each other, so, like, you're off to a good start.
I love the idea of Delphine's head just like appearing over the top of this guy and just like contributing to the conversation.
I hope that's Delphine.
100% it was Delphine.
Okay.
Fucking magnificent.
She has no, she's an autistic baddie.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, hopefully this is the start of that being a bit more common.
You hear Tybella say, unlikely.
I'll get through to you yet.
Good fucking
You'll hear Velendar say, unlikely.
Quietly to Velendar, I didn't expect much anyway.
Back to you, Marcus. What are you doing right now?
Before you just died.
Marcus is finished removing the scratches from his glorious hair. Back to it, Tybella. You said let's keep it short and sharp, so I'll keep this in probably an under 2-hour monologue. Simple piece was that the entity that allowed me to bring you back was direct, compassionate, but said you wanted to come back. So you throwing your life away to defend something that you're obviously passionate about wasn't on the cards, which is a positive to me. and hopefully those around us. It was an unfortunate coincidence of events.
I didn't throw my life away.
She was a superior foe with all the advantages at her presence. We were on her home ground type.
Well, maybe if somebody backed me up, I might have had a fucking chance, Marcus.
Unlikely. We'd all been dead, Tybella, and this would be a moot conversation.
You don't know that.
The gods abandoned us, just saying.
Backed you up in what?
There were things you missed, Tybella, and a chance we didn't get. Before we embarked on this particular trip, I wrote a note and left it in one of your pouches, and it was a heartfelt note that events are conspiring at a rapid pace. What happened with Hakari and your partner may not be as obvious. May not be as obvious as you believe.
Pretty fucking hard to convince me that murder in the light of day is not what I believe.
I wasn't there, Tybella. I can't offer that, but I suggest there's a conversation with at least you and Hakari on slightly more safer terms.
I saw it, Marcus. You'll hear through the little gap.
Daggers at you, Velendar. Like, just absolute daggers. Then to Alicia. Listen, I could bore you with the details, but long story short, Yusefka, Shadowbinders, death, revival.
Gods abandoned.
Involved the Shadowbinders.
Yes.
Yes.
Not a
Yusefka.
boogeyman. Actually, a thing that exists.
No, that's not a crowd that you want to get involved in.
You're telling me.
Well, you're here. If she wanted you dead, she probably would have found a way.
No, she did.
She did.
No, she did. Tybella was
did.
dead. I had to bring her back from the dead. It was an amazing thing, but I don't want to talk about me. This is more about Tybella and the one-on-one conversation we're kind of having. But Tybella, there's a moment that
No privacy.
there's a moment, Tybella. I believe that there is a lot that has happened and a lot that is transpiring. You probably know an awful lot. However, a couple of just pointers while you were gone. First off, I'm glad you're back. Second off, whatever you and Velendar and apparently I share through these ties between each of us.
And Hakari.
Okay. News. Thank you. That's interesting.
Velendar will lean into Alicia. Oh, mysterious shadow bands that exist between all of us. It's quite strange.
Wait.
This wasn't your time.
Even me? I didn't think I was included.
No, you're okay, Delphine. We'll get you in a minute in the abandonment of gods, but we'll get there. But Tybella,
I was like, I didn't think I was in the shadow binds.
no, it was merely terrifying. But Tybella, if you do get a chance to read the note, it was written before any of these events transpired. Maybe you've read it and discarded it. Choice is yours.
Where did you put this note?
I slipped it into her pouch. And I'll point to the pouch.
She pulls out the note. You watch as she holds it up and tears it in two, and then puts it back in her pouch.
It's okay, I've memorized it. I'll recite it to you later on if it's fine.
Listen here, Marcus, and this time the dagger is not aimed at you, but it's like she's now playing with the tip of it pointing towards you, right? Okay. If you can rationalize to me the reason that some innocent little apple picker can find my partner who has done no ill will, and murdered him and every fucking Veil Keeper that I have ever known, then let me know. But I'm telling you right now, someone capable of doing all of that is not a good person. And yet you sit here and fucking defend her. You might not sit here and say Briley is the best person I've ever met. But what you are insinuating is that there is an explanation for mass fucking murder, Marcus. Tell me what justification there is to kill all of us, everyone I have ever fucking known. I'm waiting.
To Alicia, Velendar will whisper, except for her father. My parents did that.
See, the lot of you. If I may, Tybella, people are complicated. Life is complicated. Evil and good, they're part of the duality that isn't real.
Go on.
I'm not justifying anything.
Tybella,
But maybe it's a bit deeper than you're giving it.
I understand that you are processing a lot and probably coming back from the other side is there. Please note, if you take a breath for a moment, I've not mentioned Briley's name in any of this conversation. I've mentioned the people that are here now and present with us.
If I wanted you all dead, you would be.
And
Are you sure
if we
she's
didn't,
not a threat?
if we didn't believe that you were an important part of what's happening next, you'd still be in the ground. It's no threat, Tybella. Bringing you back cost us something. But what it brings us more is more important. And I don't know what Briley actually is. And as you keep bringing her up, I want to know too. I'm pretty sure Hakari does. But the Briley I knew and the Briley he knew and the Briley that you talk to are completely different in my mind. Now, you can threaten me. Please don't do that anymore, because it just terrifies me just beyond words, Tybella.
Good.
Fabulous. That's marvelous to have you so close with the dagger. Could you just put that away for a moment, please? Do you think I pose a physical threat to you?
No, but I'd like to think that I do to you.
You already know that, my dear.
It's Tybella.
Everyone, including Honey, is more dangerous than I am in this vehicle. All I am asking of you, and the note that you so carefully ripped up for me, is just asking us, not for Briley, but for us who are here with you now, that are working with you, whether you know it or care about it enough, to find out what's going on. There's something far more important happening here. And I would like to find out a truth without having to worry about my friends in this vehicle with you. And Tybella, you may never trust the people I care for outside of this vehicle, and that's fine. You don't know them, and I don't know what you know of them, because you won't tell us, apart from in veiled threats. All I want for the moment is for you to know that you are valued.
Are you done?
I risked. No, but I should probably pause for a moment. But no, I had quite a bit more. I've got literally a couple more pages I go through. The last thing I will say, though, is the night after that we passed out, I had a strange visitation. And I spoke to someone, whether it be due to the gods or joy to the I don't know, just the magic that happened recently. She offered a couple of curious insights. I will share those insights when we get to the next place of safety.
She puts her dagger away, but she doesn't say anything.
And to Alicia. No, you're absolutely right. She is a threat. But she's also off limits.
This is a confusing job.
Delphine, you're sitting on top of the cart. You've never been to this part of the world before. And you...
Not a fan.
So
far, not a fan.
You have... The only experience you had was literally entering Kaivalya. And the interaction with Yusefka. So yeah, there is an air of nervousness to returning back towards the literal city that this happened in. But there is something about what you're seeing that is just, there is a beauty to it. And the flower that you carry, one of the flowers that you carry, a very specific flower that you carry, just feels warm and comforting. Almost like a soft heat emanates from it. And as you kind of recognize that, you see in broad daylight just a couple of fireflies fly past you. That's just really nice.
The love of my life. She sent them for me.
Aww.
So I feel like Delphine's whole crisis of faith has been put on hold because she fell in love. If there's one thing that can make you forget about your faith, it's love. But she is just gonna quickly shimmy down and pop her head down next to Alicia and be like, "Hey, what's your favorite flower?"
Jesus fucking Christ. You can't find them anymore. But it used to be like a cross between an echinacea and a bellflower. They don't grow anymore.
DM,
Yes.
can Delphine create one?
You can absolutely fucking try. Because you're going off a description of just two different flowers.
Yeah.
So you're
I
going...
mean, she knows, she's pretty fluent
You know your
in
shit.
flowers.
Yeah, you know your shit. And you recognize both of these flowers individually. What they look like together, different story. So what I'll get you to do...
Before she attempts to create it, can
Yeah.
I try to do like, maybe like either like a history or arcana check to see if it still grows in the Feywild?
Ooh. You can make a history check.
Or even like a nature check, actually. Might even be better.
We'll do a history
Doesn't matter,
check.
I'm not proficient in nature, apparently.
We'll do a history... What the fuck? Doesn't speak Elvish and has no proficiency in nature. You're the best Eladrin druid ever.
Look, she went all in on animal handling.
Yeah, okay, fair.
And religion.
Yeah, cool. Okay,
And
excellent.
persuasion. Holy shit.
Yeah, what the fuck? Stop persuading people.
I've got a +7 on persuasion, guys. Why am I not doing the talking?
Yeah, true.
I have a feeling the specific things that Delphine would say aren't necessarily going to help us.
Yeah,
But
her
she'll say it in a
charm.
way that they're like, yeah, you're correct. Let's do it. Sorry, what check did you say you were happy for me to do?
History.
Okay. Cool. Cool. I got a 17.
Feywild. It's been around for a long fucking time.
Mm.
You haven't, but the Feywild has. There's a moment of recognition, not from sight of seeing one, right?
Mm.
But almost like in a story that your parents told you once upon a time, you kind of hear like almost a description of a flower that sounds similar. So you feel like you have a better handle on potentially being able to craft something similar. I'll get you to, if you're attempting to craft this flower, I'll get you to make a nature check for me. And because of that, it won't be at disadvantage.
It won't be? Thank God. You love that for me so much. Come on, dice. Oh, 17.
Alicia, this probably looks 60% like the flowers you remember.
You know what? Delphine's just happy. So she has no idea that it's not correct. She's gonna be like, damn, I did this.
It's cool to you, Delphine, because you've created this from your mind. Like, this isn't something you've recalled. So this is cool either fucking way. But Alicia,
well, she's gonna give that to Alicia. She's just gonna give that to Alicia and be like, don't lose that one.
Coloring slightly off, shape and size slightly off, but the vibe is there.
My home. Called it the inverted comet in common.
Tried.
Thank you.
Oh, it doesn't
honest,
die, just so you know.
Oh. To be honest, I don't really ever know I don't remember what they look like. Not quite.
So in Alicia's mind, this is perfect. Nailed it.
It's close enough.
Close enough is good enough. That's my motto.
So, open up a little book, then press it in the book, put it back in her pouch. Got about another hour out before we're
probably at this point more like half an hour.
If you wanted to say an hour though, that would be fine. Just saying.
Yeah.
No.
After until we get about like maybe 20 minutes out.
Yeah, cool.
I'm basically just quiet, focusing on the road. But when we get there, that's where we're stopping.
Cool. Is there anything anyone wants to do in the next 10 or so minutes before you start approaching this actual town? The same town that you saw Yusefka in. Not the circle on the map. The town.
Could we just pull up for a moment? I just need to ask, some questions very quickly about the location we're going to, Alicia.
We're not actually going there.
We'll
be staying in the forest.
It's right over there. Velendar, do we need to do stuff?
What we need to do is not die, ideally.
You are the tactician extraordinaire with that. I mean, give me a little bit more than that, dear boy.
Right now, I'm going with this one, being the more familiar with the area, and I'm willing to take their advice on this. I gave you a chance, old boy. I had an idea. You didn't think it was worth pursuing, so here we are.
If it would please Olia,
fair.
We could go a bit more north, above Namrita. There's a mark on your map. You can position there. It's just outside the city.
Our lives are in your hands.
Might I recommend positioning for an easy getaway, just in case? There's no guarantee of safety in that location.
I know the entirety of these forests.
Excellent.
Everywhere is an easy getaway with me.
Alicia, could you please make me a history check at advantage?
Sure can. Uh, 16.
16
on the die with a +1, baby.
Looking at this map a second time, and looking at the specific marks that are out there and remembering that there's shady behavior, one thing that becomes a reminder, and you don't know too much about the history of the activity or anything like that in this specific area, but one thing that recalls in your brain is the Cord's Edge. What you know of the Cord's Edge is that they are basically a bunch of shady ass motherfuckers, like assassins, people that do jobs for money that are real shady, and that they have been sighted here quite frequently. Another thing you would know,
Go ahead.
having experience with the lands, is that this was a very specific place of interest for something else that I'm going to message you about.
Jesus.
Secrets.
Yeah. Talk amongst yourselves, please.
Delphine,
Yeah.
these lands and the woods. I mean, your connection with nature. Is there anything that is telling you? Is this a good place, a bad place, a wild place?
Places don't have a particular alignment with good or bad. Like nature is just nature. It's gonna do what it needs to do to continue to thrive and survive. It doesn't have thoughts and feelings and consciousness to decide whether it's going to be a good place or a bad place. It's the people within the places that dictate whether good or bad things happen within the places.
Look, the problem with that, Delphine, is although that's very sensible, it's not very interesting from a storyteller's perspective. So could you just put a little bit of flair into it? I know, this is a place of, carnal destruction or ruining the earth or healing goodness. Anything?
No.
Yeah. I tried.
She's not gonna buy into that. No.
You're more. There's more of a glow to you than the normal Delphine. How was your conversations, may I ask?
Not a whole lot of talking going on, if you know what I mean.
Good.
It's all the same to you, all of you. I would prefer that we stick to the plan and wait for the rest of the party. You may not feel safe, but I can guarantee that you will be safe. So long as you listen and you don't go where you're not supposed to.
Velendar, thoughts?
It's not a terrible idea. Having Scarlet on deck and even what's-his-face could be useful walking into the Cord's Edge. Controlled locations. Laying low is not an awful idea.
My specialty.
Not mine.
We'll get you there. And as I say that, slowly pull the reins off into the middle of the woods. Another 5 or 6 minutes before pulling it back. Let us stay for the night. We'll wait for them. We have 3 days before they arrive. At most. And if need be, I'll go looking.
At the very least, Marcus, we can do a little bit of scouting and get the lay of the land before we go traipsing in.
Of which I can be of help.
Alicia, when you said camping, is that an inn?
No?
a lodge, a hunting lodge of something with a roof over it.
As you say this, I'm going to the back of the cart and pulling out a bedroll, throwing it to you. Camping.
Oh, how quaint.
Cheer up, Obean. Builds character.
I forgot Daddy Moneybags probably has never done it.
Well,
We
more
have
rashes,
tents.
Velendar. Sorry, Alicia.
You can sleep under the cart if you want.
I was going to
It's all
sleep
the
in the
same.
cart.
Or under.
Okay.
Or on top.
At the same time, Tybella gets out of the cart, finds a spot away from all of you, and starts pitching like a tent that she has been carrying in her pack. Pulls out a bedroll as well, just throws it in there.
Seems as though some of your party aren't suited to the wild.
Who specifically is that directed to?
To kind of anybody in the vicinity, but mostly to Delphine and Javier.
I mean,
I can't say it's my favorite mode of
Oh, don't tell me it's
anything.
you too. Oh, tell me that you're not from some rich pompous house.
Listen, I am not one to rely on my comforts, but I do very much enjoy them.
Well, hopefully we can roll out the red carpet for you. She'll chuck a bedroll to you too.
If you have one handy,
red?
perhaps Marcus could use it as a mattress.
do you know what makes a great mattress? Moss. Let's just go find some moss.
It'll also be wet, and in this
Oh,
region, not
you
a
put
good
the
idea.
bedroll on top of it, you'll be fine.
And make the bedroll wet. Oh my god.
Delphine doesn't sleep. She has no idea. She just sits in the ground and has a good time.
I mean, you kind of meditate. I'm the one that's really going to bed. Velendar, can I just have a short chat with you, chap?
Hang on, is every single person in this group just gonna meditate except
Except for Marcus? Yes. Correct.
Elves
all
are rare in
elves.
Damada, apart from
love
when you
it.
want accommodation.
The tale of Marcus and the elves. Of course, Marcus. What is it?
And Marcus will stroll in a slightly different direction, keeping Tybella in an eye shot, but making sure it's not within voiceful. Dear boy, couple of things. First off, I had a strange interlude, let's just put it that way, where I spoke to an astral presence. It could be just a form of I don't know, confusion, but I'm pretty sure that I was summoned to talk to an elder god being type thing. Happens all the time. Short piece was, and again, slightly lower whisper. They mentioned your parents were in this region.
Correct. You're aware of this. It's why we fucking left
I
the Bella
know,
State.
but it's again. The other thing was Briley, and I know it seems to be upsetting, and I don't understand your comment in the cart, and that's for you to reveal, not to me. When you feel like it, I'm happy to put it down, dear boy, but it's your secret. This entity told me that Briley believed I'd gone missing, and I'd left a note which precipitated all this Hakari stuff. This isn't, and then this being entity, glamorous though she was, seemed to delight in taunting me with certain facts, suggested that there was only one Briley, so my thought of there might being several personas of Briley still possible, but not people impersonating Briley. Oh yes, and Rayella knows the book's gone. It was given to Yskefka. She's now made comments that she's going to get the book back, and we should never set foot in Agora again, which I'm quite a fan of either doing that or not doing it.
What the fuck? How did she find out?
No astral winds, dear boy. I mean,
Make a fucking deception check.
absolutely, DM. I'm going to use my Raven's Ridge dice for that exact moment. Thank you.
Same.
Have fun.
It betrayed me greatly. So if Raven's Ridge are in there, love you dearly, but deeply betrayed by the dice roll. Thank you so
How
much.
deeply?
Well, it was a natural 3, but fortunately, one's a bard.
It's such a waste of the nat 20 that I just rolled.
So
For
that
a
would
total of what, sorry?
What perception? Yeah.
It'll be insight.
Insight. I've got 27.
yes. So that beats my 8 somewhat.
Yeah, cool. He is absolutely fucking lying.
Which Velendar is so familiar with. Gonna hand wave it, not even dig too far into it.
Cool.
Let's jump back a step.
Certainly.
To answer your question,
Yes.
when you brought Tybella back,
Yes.
I don't know how, I don't understand the mechanics of whatever it is you do and how it is you do the things that you do necessarily. But I lived portions of Tybella's life. I saw Briley kill her partner. I saw it as though I was standing there, as with my own eyes. I don't know what who this entity is or what they've told you, but I know what I've seen, Marcus. Something is awry here, and it's feeling more and more like you're and Hakari's friend is deep at the center of it.
Belinda, I thought that when I tried to bring back, it isn't mechanics. There's a sense of spirit, and if you want to come back and there's a pathway back, I was trying to open that door. I thought that it would be the goddess Loth that held her soul because of that necklace she had on her neck. That's why I moved it out of the way and was hoping that you would somehow punch through whatever that attachment may have been.
I'll be honest, for a moment I shared that same belief. It became very quickly evident, not the case.
Yes, the presence that I felt, although was female, seemed to be much more giving from my understanding and reading of Loth and her philosophies, let's just put it that way. And I'm very, very, very aware of Loth's approach. But Velendar, I don't doubt that you have seen something. I genuinely don't understand. This is not the woman I've lived a human lifetime through. I've never seen that behavior before. I have no reason to lie to you, oh boy. I have no reason to lie to her. I have no reason to protect someone. Yes, she is a close friend that we've shared experiences from, but I've never seen her in that way.
Marcus, I don't doubt the veracity of your beliefs. But I'm telling you right now, there is a chapter missing from the story of your understanding of who that woman is.
I don't doubt it, Velendar. I mean, the gaps in some of the stories that we participate are vast. I mean, Riella thing, it's just like it's going to be on some point in time, at some stage. But the Bridie thing, we could find her. I could send her a message, but I don't know what good that would do. And I don't yet fully understand the connection you and Tybella have. And again, for a moment, dear boy, there's obviously tension between you, but there's something different. And I don't see it as one of these romantic engagements. I see it as you genuinely are protective of her, I believe.
There's something about living moments of someone else's life, Marcus, that evidently, for me at least, creates something. I wouldn't call it romance. It's closer than that in ways, and it's completely different in others. And it's also neither here nor there. Two key dangers, factors, unknown parts of the equation. One, Briley, if you say you know how to find her, that is an avenue worth pursuing. Two, the loins of which I am the fruit, and their evident willingness, if not desire, to find me and end my life. One is very much worth avoiding, as is the Shadowbinder situation. The other, I want to know more about. If there is an opportunity for us to find, and let's say have a conversation with Briley then I would very much like to pursue it.
Marcus, can you make an Arcana check for me, please?
I'm going to roll digitally because as much as I love Raven Ridge, I'm just feeling like it's going to be a bad day for me otherwise. Holy crap. 14.
There's been a lot of time that in the preparation to having this conversation with Tybella, and also, I guess, preparing to have this conversation with Velendar, that you have kind of thought over the magic that you cast. And you haven't cast that spell before. So this is brand new magic to you, and you did it in such a moment that, like, there wasn't the same approach that you would usually have to magic, which is studying and understanding it and knowing it wholeheartedly. You studied it enough that you kind of got it, but, like, it's one of those things where you can never truly understand something until you cast it. Through all of the book studies that you've had, you've never read anything like this happening. Like someone living someone's life again. But there is a very specific thing that you remember deciding to do in the moment that you cast this spell. And you recall placing your hand on Velendar's head and on Tybella and attempting to essentially use Velendar as a conduit for bringing Tybella back. And for you, you don't know that that's fact, but it's a rationalization that you can make based on how you cast the magics.
The only piece that I have, Velendar, were a connection with you and Tybella. As I said, I thought you might be able to break a veil from it. Now, normally there are expensive components which, technically I may have been trying to loot the Bell's house to find, these very expensive diamonds in the first place. Don't tell Alicia. Seems lovely but deadly. And
Speaking
I'll ask her a bit
Alicia, can you check your chat in Discord if that's okay? Continue.
But again, I was trying to use you and this shadowy connection between the two of you. So technically, I might have done something that may have broken some of the foundationals of what you're supposed to do with this revivifying the soul and then the shared experience, but it's not common. And the thing that also concerns me immensely, Velendar, Delphine was unable to call on her gods in the moment before Tybella's death.
Yep.
Well, I'll say this.
Yes.
I'm nothing if not expensive. So at least part of that makes absolute sense. Secondly, if you want something stolen, Marcus, just fucking ask me.
Diamonds, probably about yay big, so about 300 gold pieces in size would be marvelous. And the other thing that we probably need to check on is Scarlet made a number of comments during dinner, and Daddy seemed to be very angry. Mummy seemed to be very sad by it. Alicia has been here since she's been born. I think this is an opportunity for, one of us to break the ice and then find a little bit about dear Scarlet. And what?
You've ruined that chance when you stole half of the fucking estate's valuables.
Well, they're not valuables.
Of which you will be paying back.
They're not technically. He's my brother-in-law. This is
good for it. Consider it a dowry, perhaps.
Yeah, it's there.
Do not insult my intelligence.
I wouldn't dream especially with a woman who can jump on the back of horses, which is wildly impressive, by the way. Wildly impressive. I mean, you're an entire chapter by yourself already.
He makes a good point, though. Our traveling companion is someone that you've known since she was barely a squeak in the heel. I, for one, would love to hear stories of little baby Scarlet.
And Alicia, just to put you on the same page, Delphine?
Yeah.
Delphine speaks the same language that Scarlet's able to speak in, and I speak a large number of languages. Not to just point out that I'm very well educated, but I speak a large number of languages, and that language Delphine knew from her time in the Feywilds. Did you ever see anyone speak? Delphine, could you say a few of those beautiful words?
Delphine will start to recite a poem in Celestial that her mum used to read to her as a child. It would probably just be a tale of a fierce fighter who was amongst their tribes when they're, well, probably tribes isn't the right word, amongst the Summer Eldrin people as she was, when her mother was growing up. It would be like a tale about a fierce fighter.
And funny story about all that, Alicia. Evidently, the people that Scarlet has called her parents for most of her life had her actual mother killed and then forcibly adopted her. Anything specific you might know about that, for example?
Are we just sharing state secrets while Scarlet's not here? Like,
not really, Delphine. It's literally we've had a number of moments, and now is a time to be honest with our new companion. And
before we get to that, we're gonna go to a quick 10-minute break. Because fuck, what a thing to drop, guys. Jesus Christ. Hey, let's go to a really quick 10-minute break. So that A, I can pee. Like
same.
And B,
also maybe throw up a little bit after I re-listen to Laura Bailey as my fucking mother.
Yeah. Hey. Mummy?
Mummy?
Wow.
Yeah, great. Let's go.
I need you to know how much more conflicted I am now about this situation on a whole new bunch of levels.
Excellent. Let's go to a really quick 10-minute break. And we'll see you guys real shortly. We'll be right back.
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck? Obedient?
That's one.
Choose your next two so fucking wisely.
Right, they've both been bitten by people that are infected by this disease. That's a problem. As far as he knows, Eden hasn't, and so Eden's the only one who can get on the boat at this stage.
I haven't.
Yeah, but Belle's been really fucking mean. And so his concern is for the chick who just kissed him as opposed
Oh, wow.
To be fair, you
love how
did
you
all
What
call
was
out
I
the player.
supposed to do? Kiss my brother?
I'm sorry, what? Wait, all right, hang on.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
I
on.
came back from the dead to say that.
Hold on.
It is. This is a dowry.
Is that your love language? Just throwing logs? Great.
Correct. Random acts of lumberjacking is my love language. That's. Remember that time I dropped a tree on top of you?
Oh my god,
you know.
okay, now I understand. That was like the ultimate. Yeah, okay, great.
In which case, Velendar's gonna just very sneakily mount her and place his dagger at her throat.
Fucking knew it, you little bitch. Okay,
And
great.
in her ear, wake her with the words, "It's my turn. Tybella." And he'll wait for her to wake at this point.
And she does, immediately.
There are approximately 3 or 4 people on the face of this cursed earth who know who I truly am. And most of them want me dead. So far you don't seem to be one of them. And I'm lonely. Shall we have a little chat? You can inflict whatever you want on me, whatever you want, you know this. So you say you have strong opinions, please elaborate.
I have strong feelings more than opinions.
Sure. Feel me up. No? Produce your...
Okay, Elliot's in the boat. There's 2 more seats in the boat.
I can sit on someone's lap.
Fuck off! Get your own boat!
Oh no.
What the fuck? Wow. Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can see what my options are, but option 1.
Hang on, let me pull these up over here. So this is option 1. Do you want to read it out for us, Emily? Can you?
I'm sorry, I cannot. I simply can't.
Do you want me to read it out? God.
I'm not crazy, I just got power word killed. Hamish!
Yeah? Do it.
Stop trying to stick your flute up his butt.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Oh my god! Why did you do that?
I do want to watch this though.
I have.
Fuck, I should have taken my clothes off.
I've met few aside from
Truly should have.
And turn to face the guards that are approaching Marcus.
Absolutely.
She's going to start approaching with her arms out to the ground.
Okay.
And as she's doing this, her dress, which we all remember was made of beautiful leaves, are going to start falling as though it's autumn.
Okay.
Her entire body is going to become covered in vines, and as the vines fall away, her armor and all of her weapons are back.
Excellent.
She's going to stand in front of Marcus
Quick roll
with her
D10.
shield on one arm and her sword in the other, and she's going to widen her stance with her sword towards the guards, and she's going to be like, come on, boys.
So, with a very blunt knife and a lot of tears, Blue painfully, slowly cut off her best friend's arm to save his life as a child. And even to this day, if she closes her eyes to go to sleep, she can still feel and see, like, just, you know, what it's like to cut off someone's arm. The one thing she would change about that is that despite her efforts and despite everything it took, she cut off the wrong arm and her best friend died anyway. So, if she had to change anything, it would be to go back in time and pick the other arm. You're welcome.
Talk about burying the fucking lead.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That... I'm not trying to hurt you, but I also have no reason to lie to you, Scarlet.
There probably could have been a way to sort of ease into things a bit more.
You're probably right, but I also wasn't expecting to see my dead daughter.
Oh, fuck off.
The problem is that I'm a chronic overthinker. So, like...
Oh, that's the problem, is it?
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm just gonna overthink about what Prometheus just said for so long.
Oh no!
Emily! Oh my god!
Stabby, stab. Oh no. What have I done? That's the anus for me. It's like, that's what a god should be.
Sorry, say that again.
This is like...
the what? Could you just repeat that one more time?
I look at...
Everyone push him off immediately. Oh my god!
No one can push him off.
I can. Check this shit out.
Yeah.
Fuck you, my buddy. Oh no!
Oh, you took me down! What have you done? Oh my god! Promethean!
As I'm like clutching at my throat, ripped apart. The injury's too much. Sink down. And as his life like flashes before his eyes, the last thing he thinks of is the Dragon Ball Z like afterlife, and he's like, I'm coming, King Kai. King Kai.
This is why we're not fucking friends anymore. Fucking nerd.
He collapses.
Excellent!
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. It's just now, I've got to start a tally of of times that I've been made to spit by everyone in this group.
Wow. Stop it. Oh.
As she is told to go and kill Justin, you can tell that there's this part of her that's like fighting it with every fiber of her being. And Eden, you look into her eyes and you can see that she wants to rip you in half.
What?
Marcus's thought is as follows: a tragic tale of a failed sister that's looking to get her ends, and she's going to be really upset to see the book in Grommy's hands isn't the book Grommy thought it was.
How so?
You remember when we went to the market and we went all that shopping? If you look at my items, I bought a book that was about the same size and shape of the book DM.
Oh, you fuck.
And when Grommy asked for it, it was a bit too obvious that Grommy suddenly wanted to be our friends. And Marcus is like, we've been horribly betrayed. Let's see who's doing what.
Beautiful, sneaky bastard. I
Holy
love you.
shit.
Quick, unload all of your filth here.
Which I feel like is a very fitting end to the quotes.
Well, you know, there's always time and there's always Emily's mate.
Hey.
Oh no!
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck?
That's one.
Choose your next two so fucking wisely.
Right, they've both been bitten by people that are infected by this disease. That's a problem. As far as he knows, Eden hasn't, and so Eden's the only one who can get on the boat at this stage.
I haven't.
Yeah, but Belle's been really fucking mean. And so his concern is for the chick who just kissed him as opposed to...
Oh, wow.
To be fair, you
love how
did
you
also
What was I
That's my-
supposed to do? Kiss my brother?
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, alright, hang on.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
I
on.
came back from the dead to say that.
Hold on.
It is. This is a dowry.
Was that your love language? Just throwing logs? Great.
Correct. Random acts of lumberjacking is my love language. That's. Remember that time I dropped a tree on top of you?
Oh my god,
you know.
okay, now I understand. That was like the ultimate... Yeah, okay, great.
In which case, Valenda's gonna just very sneakily mount her and place his dagger at her throat.
Fucking knew it, you little bitch. Okay,
And
great.
in her ear, wake her with the words, "It's my turn. Tybella." And he'll wait for her to wake at this point.
And she does immediately.
There are approximately 3 or 4 people on the face of this cursed earth who know who I truly am. And most of them want me dead. So far you don't seem to be one of them. And I'm lonely. Shall we have a little chat? You can inflict whatever you want on me, whatever you want, you know this. So you say you have strong opinions, please elaborate.
I have strong feelings more than opinions.
Sure. Feel me up. No? Produce your...
Okay, Elliot's in the boat. There's 2 more seats in the boat.
I can sit on someone's lap.
Fuck off! Get your own boat!
Oh no.
What the fuck? Wow. Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can see what my options are, but option 1...
Hang on, let me pull these up over here. So this is option 1. Do you want to read it out for us, Emily? Can you?
I'm sorry, I cannot. I simply can't.
Do you want me to read it out? God.
I'm not crazy, I just got power word killed. Hamish,
Yeah?
Do it.
stop trying to stick your flute up his butt.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Oh my god! Why did you do that?
I do want to watch this though.
I have.
Fuck, I should have taken my clothes off.
I've met few aside from
Truly should have.
And turn to face the guards that are approaching Marcus.
Absolutely.
She's going to start approaching with her arms out to the ground.
Okay.
And as she's doing this, her dress, which we all remember was made of beautiful leaves, are going to start falling as though it's autumn.
Okay.
Her entire body is going to become covered in vines, and as the vines fall away, her armor and all of her weapons are back.
Excellent.
She's going to stand in front of Marcus
Quick roll
with her
D10.
shield on one arm and her sword in the other, and she's going to widen her stance with her sword towards the guards, and she's going to be like, come on, boys.
So, with a very blunt knife and a lot of tears, Blue painfully, slowly cut off her best friend's arm to save his life as a child. And even to this day, if she closes her eyes to go to sleep, she can still feel and see, like, just, you know, what it's like to cut off someone's arm. The one thing she would change about that is that despite her efforts, and despite everything it took, she cut off the wrong arm and her best friend died anyway. So, if she had...
Hey, we're back in. Welcome back. And you know what I think should happen right now? Is I think we should do a really quick recap. Promethean, recap what's happened this session.
What's happened this session is that Emily hates me.
It's not news.
Yeah. Look, we bailed from the Bell residence. The party's been split into twain. With our new traveling companion, Alicia, carting us the fuck out of there. Running away essentially from Velendar's mother, voiced by Laura Bailey, via a fucking secret message into Velendar's head. And I've still not recovered and won't ever. I'm dead and happily. Alicia, there's a bit of, not an altercation. Marcus is trying to get information out of fucking Tybella. Marcus is trying to get information, which means he ended up with a dagger to his throat. Alicia drew a bow.
Not correct, but yeah, sure.
Well, essentially, sure. Alicia drew a bow. Velendar took violent objection to that, I guess. Tried to grab the bow. Alicia just fucking backflipped onto a horse to get away from that, which was impressive as fuck. But she's been real cute and kind and actually like gave me a cool dagger, so that's okay and fine. Marcus and Velendar are currently having a little chat. We've bunkered down camping for the evening to have a little rest outside of Namata, was it?
What?
Namrita. Look, I got a vowel wrong. It was close. Outside Namrita, which is where Yusefka fucked us up. So it's a little bit dangerous, but we're on the outskirts. We're laying low out in the forest, with which Alicia is exceedingly familiar. So I'm sure nothing will possibly go wrong from this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's been a fun conversation that's been happening, all about reviving Tybella and
Correct.
Briley and all of that. And I believe the last question that was asked was about Scarlet's family.
That's right.
Alicia, take it away.
Certain information is on a need-to-know basis. Why do you need to know?
Well, we don't need to, but we already do.
Oh, do you?
Would appear so.
Remember what I said back in the cart? Things aren't always cut and dry. You gotta look beneath the surface.
Oh,
I can tell you this. Scarlet wasn't an easy child. Tell you that. I was personally responsible for a majority of her upbringing. She's not bad. And her family does love her. Even though they have a weird way of showing it. They do.
Including the murder of her actual mother.
They didn't murder her mother.
Well, that's interesting. Because her father is certainly under the impression that that's the case.
Her real father, a sailor called Argus, who we met, by the way.
know.
Coincidences.
I know the man.
He seemed perfectly trustworthy.
Still
And
am.
He seemed perfectly trustworthy. And I may have found some rather sweet love letters from what certainly appeared to be him to someone he considered the love of his life, who he claims is Scarlet's mother. Is that not true?
There's some truth to it.
And the circumstances of her adopted parentage.
There are certain things that are on a need-to-know basis.
I assure you, Scarlet is going to need to know.
She'll know when she's ready.
As you mentioned, she was, and some would argue is, a difficult child. How exactly are you going to convince her that at this point in time she doesn't need to know? She has this same information.
She'll ask when she's well and good.
Well, consider it fair warning. She will ask.
I know. Look, if you have any suspicions that you want me to dispel, I can do that, but I cannot tell you more. On the note, though, revival magic. Incredibly hard to pull off. I've been alive for over half a century. I can count on one hand how many times I've seen it. And that's with the components. And you did it without using another soul as a conduit. Don't pretend you know what the fuck you're doing. You're playing with magic you don't understand.
Yes, but that's life and drama, my dear. Life and drama. This
You
is
could
the
very
true
have easily just
opera.
killed this man.
Which one? Velendar?
Pointing.
No. Absolutely not.
You could have. Yes,
No.
you could.
No. That's not the way it works. I would have died, not Velendar.
I've seen things.
Certainly fucking hope so.
I've seen things that you have not. I'm telling you, you could have killed both of you. And then the three of you would be dead on the ground. Unmoving. It's not something you play with. Ever. So this attitude of hand waving? No. No. It's a blessing that you were able to pull it off.
Talking of blessings.
Do not bank on it happening every time.
Again, do you worship gods by any chance?
No,
Any of the
I
four?
stopped.
Okay. I noticed that when you were at the Bell's estate, you were singing a rather beautiful and it felt ancient tune.
Yes. What of it?
I've heard whispers of such story, but never met someone who knew all the words. You seem to have been there.
It's because I was there.
When there's a moment, and we're not in wherever we are at this stage, would love to genuinely get some notes down from you of your thoughts and feelings of that time, because history is rather blank of that stage.
You want to know the home of the High Elves?
Absolutely.
Under better circumstances, maybe. For now, I'll give you the name. And that's probably lost to time anyway. Andoril. So,
Marvelous. And to answer a question that you haven't asked, we're not looking to disparage or harm Scarlet. She is conflicted at the moment. And I've said as much to her face, and we'll say the same to her. And now, as a sister-in-law, I care even further to make sure she gets what she wants. But she is very underrated, as Velendar has mentioned. And she's struggling to understand self. Maybe an arrogant thing of a 42-year-old that has wandered this world and seen many things, and from a different light than yourself.
She grew fucking wings, Marcus. That's
I was
not an
being so-
identity crisis.
Well, it was more the women that came forward and sung with her at the same time, Velendar. And speaking of which, we have this marvelous wine we found that we all had a drink of, something called Thornberry. Have you heard of that?
DM, have I heard of it?
Yes, you have heard of it. Also, it is not something welcome within the Bell household at all, because it is magical in property. You would have heard it because you have traveled and completed errands for this family for quite some time. It is currently a topic of interest in Damata, because the Thornberry wine is a wine produced out of Maluhia, and very like Whispers on the Wind style. It's hallucinogenic or prophetic in nature. So it is said that if you consume the correct amount, you may receive prophetic visions or hallucinate, or if you drink too much, might die.
I am familiar. I don't touch the stuff.
Marvelous. Your feelings on magic, by the way, just to clarify that you're not going to lop my head off when I do something. Like this, for example, and Marcus will apparate one of the symbols that we saw, followed by the second one.
Which symbols?
The two originally that you put up, DM, and the one that says "Beware of the two."
There's terror in twos.
Terrors in twos.
In twos.
Cool. You recognize these without need for a check, Alicia, because it is an ancient elven language that is said to have been lost in the calamity. You, coming from an ancient elven city, recognize this as a dead language. It's almost a bit of a jump scare when you see it, because those who would know this language either lived through the calamity, or had access to information that was before the world of Damata fell. It reads very simply, there is terror in twos.
This was scribed by my own people. This is my language.
Can I ask, did you ever sing songs around Scarlet? 'Cause she knows this language. She knows it.
Who do you think taught her?
Well, I'm a slow one in this group, so I'm guessing that you've given her the ability to understand this. Plus, there was the Book of the Divine, which I'll disappear and reapparate in the first place, and it's like that was what we were after. We had it for a while, then Yusefska took it for us, and that's why she's hunting. Well, she's not hunting us anymore, but she was. It's very complex. That's something to do with Velendar. He can explain that part.
Alicia, can you make a history check at advantage for me, please?
Sure.
Have I missed anything, Velendar? Oh, the Emerald Cloaks.
1. So dirty 20.
Dirty 20. The Book of the Divine is something that you have heard about for reasons. And I'll message you a little bit more about that. But the Book of the Divine actually kind of feels like a nickname for this tome, to your knowledge. Not an official name.
It allegedly, if it's of any use, tells some kind of story about the end of the world.
Oh, the one that's already happened.
That's what I'm led to believe.
Could happen again.
What are you talking about?
When people play with divine power. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I assume nothing good.
Calamity. Just a thought.
So I take it this thing in the hands of the Shadowbinders is not a great idea.
No. No, it is not. To answer your question about Scarlet, her parents were not murdered by the Bales. The Bales were involved in a financial endeavor. Said financial endeavor didn't go the way that the people wanted. The ones receiving the money didn't get what they wanted. And so they tried to hurt the Bale family. And that's what I did. The Bales didn't hurt them.
What you did? Is that what
What
I
I
just
did.
heard? Is that what I just
didn't.
heard? Oh, excellent. Okay, I completely misheard you. I'm so sorry.
So villainous, Velendar.
Listen, I need you to understand there is a voice running round and round in my head right now that I cannot shake. And on that note, I'm going to go sit over by a tree for an hour or so, and I'm just going to fuck around with this ring for a little bit. And then, Marcus, I'm going to need some of that wine.
If you need help attending, I can help you.
I'm sure I can manage, but thank you for the offer.
I guess you're taking first watch then.
Delphine seems to have set herself up rather comfortably.
As you have said that, peripheral, like in all of your peripherals, Delphine has been gathering moss, and like creating a nice little moss mattress. Alicia, you like see this in your peripherals, and like it you know that like it's gonna be uncomfortable, but what you then see Delphine do is like pull out a couple of bits of fabric and just start patting the moisture out of the moss until it becomes as dry as she can before she puts her bedroll on top. You also see as she does this, like a couple of flowers bloom around her as she gets comfortable and begins to meditate.
Strange one, that. Before you head off, Velendar, I could use a hand with a hunt. Get some food for everyone.
Very well.
Before the two of you head off, I'm just going to do a little bit of a reading of our situations, and I'm going to ask the great spirits 3 questions, which they'll give me a yes or a no answer to. Now, Alicia, I've very little idea where we're going to and what we're doing, but Velendar, Alicia, is there a question you'd like to ask that I can ask the great beyond about our endeavors going forward for the next, let's say, 24 hours?
Where's food?
Well, I'm going to say the forest is nearby, but sure, happy to ask that one. Velendar, anything more, you know, cutting, obvious, dangerous, potentially life-threatening? I could ask Tibella.
Marcus, I'm
Yes.
going to recommend you give Tibella some space for a little while.
Speaking of having kind of watched like the tent be put up, which doesn't take her long to do, you don't see inside the tent because it's closed, but you see like the outlines of dancing lights in like a light blue color just kind of floating around the inside of the tent.
Question, Velendar. I will, yes, thank you for your insight. I will definitely do that. She has had a rough day.
If you're going to ask your questions, Marcus.
Yes.
Might I recommend finding out exactly how we can recover that fucking book?
think that will come to us in our own time, but something more specific and more in the next 24 hours.
I get the impression having it in the hands of the Shadow Binders is not necessarily a good idea for anyone under the fucking sun. Perhaps retrieving it would be a worthwhile endeavor.
Agreed,
to
boy.
burn it.
Burning books?
I would sooner
Outrageous.
burn it. That one? Yes. Shall we?
And as they go off, DM, once Marcus will start setting up what appears to be like a curio shop as he starts getting items around and starts overperforming as he's about to cast a spell.
Have I told you that fuck you?
Thank you very much. Appreciate every single syllable from that.
Yeah, great. So could you do me a favor, and for anyone watching, explain what it is that you are doing
Oh yes.
from a mechanical perspective?
So in D&D there is a certain spell that Marcus can call upon, which is Augury, which is talk to the spirits around him and ask 3 simple questions to get a yes, no, or maybe answer from.
Yep. Cool. How long is the casting time on this?
I'm just going to check DM.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was very forced, and I appreciate all the anger in that one too.
And how little clothing is Marcus wearing whilst casting?
Yeah.
Layers, dear boy, layers.
It's cold. It's freezing. Don't do that.
Yeah. So 3 of Harrison's jackets and a pair of those big fluffy boots that he apparently had beforehand.
I like to imagine that even though Marcus is rugged up, what you do have is like a clear plastic window to your belly button. Just exclusively like plastic fabric. This is like a glimpse in.
Fur-lined, DM. Fur-lined.
Yeah. Great. What questions are you asking?
Percy White. Well, the first question is, will the 2 hunters be successful in bringing nourishment back? A yes or no, maybe.
Is there a specific spirit you are trying to contact in the process of doing this? Or are you just throwing it out to the universe?
So for the first one, Marcus will try to target nature itself, because Delphine was just talking about nature being this thing. So he's going to try and target this thing for this particular question. So I'm aiming at different spirits for different answers.
Okay, great.
I'll find a big tree.
Have cast the spell before in this campaign. I believe, unless I'm wrong. Once, yeah. No, you haven't?
First time.
Fuck, okay, I'm imagining shit. You've read on this spell then. A lot. And this, unlike the Revivify spell where it's like, you feel like this would be fucking scary to cast, this one feels a lot easier to cast. You've heard of answers being presented to you in multiple ways in the casting of this spell. Verbal, non-verbal vibes. This specific first question, when you ask, will the hunters be successful? There is a warmth that, as like you hear the trees kind of start to move and you watch as the ground beneath you, like the leaves kind of start to rustle. Despite being in a really cool climate, you feel this sense of warmth surround you momentarily. And it feels like, yeah, they'll do all right.
I nod off into the long vanished shadows of the 2 hunters that have left already.
Or on their way, yeah.
It's
sure. Like... You got this, buddy. Question 2.
The second question, more related to Velendar. Marcus will look amongst the items he's got, and then the notes that we had from that Scarlet had been transcribing up with Marcus, he'll spread them out in a kind of fan shaped around him, place his hands on the pages, and then just turn them repeatedly, almost like a deck of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Just to flick them around.
Mm-hmm.
And then to the librarians of long past and antiquity, will we come into contact with the book in the near future? Give me a yes or no. Oh, librarians of the skies.
You've been in your fair share of libraries, being a student. You've dealt with your fair share of librarians. In fact, you've been kicked out of so many libraries before. Not Skybrarians. But what you hear in your mind is, and not out loud, is a voice that goes, really depends on how you measure time. Maybe.
In a hushed whisper, why, thank you. I'll return on the book soon. And to the third piece, it was to something that Alicia said. Marcus will open a diary to the notes he's written about Scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
And the question marks he's got about the parents and grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll look at a couple of items that he's liberated from the Bell's household, which clearly needed to see more travel and, be part of the world rather than stuck in this stuffy home. And then carefully placed around. And to the spirits that surround the Bell household, was Alicia's words true? Were the death of Scarlet's mother at someone other than the Bell's hands? And I'm listening for a chime to see if it says yes or no.
A chime, fuck. There is a delay. But in the voice of Abby, the youngest Bell, you hear, yeah, Alicia's... not Alicia. You fucking said that, you fuck! Fuck you.
Lucia?
Yeah, and do you know what's annoying is that it's spelled the same way as my sister's name, which is Alicia.
I'm aware.
So when you've said that, D, you've really thrown me off. And I've been practicing for so long. You hear in her voice, Alicia's like to be trusted. There is no way she would lie to you about that.
I will carefully fold
You
up.
get the sense it's not actually Abby. It's just that the personification of this answer is Abby.
And in Marcus's notebook, he will carefully transcribe down the point that Scarlet's story, fiction, and then put a fact. And carefully fold up things and then spend the next, 40 minutes trying to make like a comfortable bed and ensure that there's less wind, blah, blah, blah. Marcus is just going to muck around.
Roll a survival check. While we
and a
go,
campfire.
Yeah. While we go to our two hunter-gatherers. What are the two of you doing?
This is Alicia's bag, so I think Velendar will be doing his best to imitate whatever it is that she happens to be doing as they head out on this hunt.
As we move out, we get further and further away, and step forward into the forest, and the brush gets a bit more dense. You can feel as we move forward, your body start to lose a bit of its opacity as I am casting Pass Without a Trace as we move through the brush.
Mm-hmm.
And as we continue to move through said brush, it's a complicated group. To wonder you've survived as long as you have.
Oh, my survival is entirely my own doing.
I can see that.
It's a complicated set of individuals. I wouldn't call us a group necessarily at this point.
Your ragtag band. Whatever you want to call it.
Circumstances.
I saw your own skills myself. There's credit to what you're saying.
And are yours. They're not without merit.
As I said, you live a long time. You learn a lot.
And of these things you've learned, it is, I am sure, unimaginably burdensome to carry
honest,
that much experience.
To be honest, not really. You learn to let go of some of the things you're not good at. I'm not good at people, as is made evident by the cart. The world that I know is gone. It has been for a long time. I'm just trying to survive in what I know now. I've been with the Bell family for what feels like a century, but truth, maybe 30, 40 years.
And why them?
You were a good paycheck.
I am more than certain your skills could be applied to any number.
Sure.
Endeavors.
I've lived.
Would make you perfectly comfortable.
You're not wrong. But there's a peace in being the master of the hunt, having an estate, ensuring the grounds are safe, raising the wee one, ensuring she's prepared for the future.
I can't say I'm convinced that you've done a wonderful job on that score necessarily, but
I've never done it before, and I know I fucked up. But I did what I could. And to be fair, it wasn't all on me, it was on the parents too.
If there's one thing I know from my own miserable existence, it is that children grow to become their own beings. And in some cases, I hope, rightly so.
Is that how you feel about you and your family? Is that a touchy subject?
It's putting it lightly.
Oh, you don't have to share. ADM, got a 21
Yes.
on survival.
Whoa!
What do
Okay.
we get? What do we see?
Is there, let me ask you this with a 21. Is there anything specifically that you would favor in a hunt?
Probably keep a lookout for deer or any large
brain cell. Because
or game.
You do see a deer. And it does not seem to notice that you are there.
What do you think? You think you can hit it from here?
Well, I can certainly try.
Content warning, animal harm. That's all I'm going to say out loud.
Fair. I'm going to take it.
Don't
Yeah.
Don't do it if you aren't 100% sure. If you miss it and it runs, we'll be out here for another hour.
Well,
Are
my
you confident, Javier?
I promise you, confidence is not a thing that I lack.
Whale.
No, it's a deer, I believe. And
Take your shot, Mr. Clairnot.
oh yeah, will draw a short bow that he keeps on his person, although rarely uses, and I assume with advantage with a nat 20 on the stealth roll, making it, let me fucking tell you, a 40 on stealth.
Let's go, dude.
Are you fucking kidding?
With pass
Pass
without a
without a
trace.
trace,
And my fucking stealth modifier, fucking Velendar is currently sitting at 40 on
You're
stealthing
like,
his way
not
through this
only are
forest.
you unable to be detected, like for a second, Alicia, you lose sight of Velendar. Like you don't know where he is for a second, and that's new to you.
And that'll be a dirty 20 to hit with the short bow. This forest creature.
Yeah, you fucking hit. Which actually, you can do so with advantage. So, like, let's see if you crit.
I did that already, assuming.
Oh. Okay, sure.
Sneak attack is advantage.
Yeah.
Let's be, you know.
Well, yeah, okay. No, that's fair.
Just slight.
And it will be
It's
like
an excellent shot.
it won't be like a cocky look over because this is, respect your elders and such. And this is Alicia's domain, so it won't be a cocky look over, but it will be a very neutral, is that good enough type look over.
Wasn't a test. But you made it one. It's a good shot.
It's always good to keep one's instincts refined in my experience.
Here's the thing. The reason why I brought you is because I'm not actually that strong. You think you could lift the thing?
I think between the two of us, perhaps we could.
I'll tie it up. We'll get a... Go find me a sturdy tree branch. Tie it to that. Carry it on our shoulders on the way back.
It seems perfectly reasonable. And Velendar will attempt to find some form of
Easy
branch.
enough to do. You're in a forest. Like, I'm not going to make you roll a check for that.
Damn it, all of these trees are made of stone.
Yeah, you find a branch. It's okay.
So any questions for me before we head back? With the privacy of the two of us? Something else you got a burning desire to know?
I have many burning desires, Alicia.
Well, we
But-
got time.
To be perfectly honest right now, I am exhausted. And not in any small part fucking terrified. So I have no desire or intention to interrogate you, if that's what you mean.
That wasn't the question. I asked if you had anything that you wanted to know. Questions are not interrogation. If I'm going to be with you, I might as well know you. And same goes the other way.
If you had the choice, would you have preferred a shorter life? Or have you been happy with your longevity?
You hit hard, don't you?
Oh, I really don't go for the jugular.
This is going to be a running theme. I don't regret the life I've lived. But sometimes I do wish it was a bit short. Yeah. The things you see, the people that you lose. There's immeasurable good for change and wisdom to be passed down. But I get tired of it sometimes. There's your truth.
I think I know it's gonna be weird DM lore, I guess. I think there's gonna be some kind of like ancient elven mark of respect, I think. Certainly amongst Velendar's people. may not necessarily translate to Alicia's. But for whatever it may be worth, I think Velendar will probably offer that as a response to the seeming honesty of that answer.
There certainly is, and you, Alicia, recognize it, though not used amongst your people specifically. You've watched generations pass and how those generations have grown and changed and adapted within different cultures and upbringings. And you recognize it as a sign of respect.
Let me return it to you.
Please. If there is one thing you come to know about me, know this. I do not deserve it.
Well, you've earned it from me. That shot was pretty good.
And I think Velendar
You're on
at this
first
point,
watch, by the way.
sensible. Shall we?
Silently marches off.
As you arrive back...
More silently marches off.
Wow. Wow. You lose sight of Velendar for a second. Like, once again, like, he's just fucking...
Holding the other end of the stick.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like you see the stick, but you don't see Velendar. You march back towards camp. And as you get there and begin kind of preparing this deer for the meal, you can't see Marcus, but you both hear this like light snoring from inside the cart. And as both of you kind of investigate, you see that Marcus has like literally passed out with a glass in hand, like a glass of wine, and an open book, and he's out like a light. You, for a moment, having experienced people die at the hand of wine,
we'll check immediately if it's the Thornberry wine.
Yeah, you'll check. It's not. It's like a really shitty Sauv Blanc. And he just is exhausted. Like, he is rickety wrecked.
It's been a hectic few days. I can
It's also
understand that.
someone who has brought someone back from the dead, that has only rested once since. There is a sense of exhaustion to him, and that's because D20 rolled a nat 1 in trying to stay awake and hang out.
Thank you, Raven Ridge Dice.
Right.
Just amazing storytelling opportunities each and every time.
Incredible.
Motherfucker didn't even start a fire. Fucking god damn it.
And Alicia, you don't need to roll anything to start a fire. You've done this before. You know what you're fucking doing. You're in a forest. You don't need to find like too much kindling or anything
Roll
like
for
that.
kindling!
Yeah, you know.
It's a 7!
Damn it, all these twigs are made of stone!
Even with a 7, you find so many branches that it is, you know, it's a little bit like you light fresh twigs at the start, so it's a bit smoky. But you quickly realize your mistake and fix that before anyone is able to kind of detect that there is too much smoke coming from this forest. Fire, you partake in a lovely fucking meal.
It's
Tybella,
not lovely, it's just mutton.
yeah, but it's as nice as you're gonna get out here. Like,
Little salt on it, it's about it.
yeah.
Isn't mutton sheep? Aren't you meant to know about these things?
It's Don't get pedantic with me. You know what I meant.
Tybella does not
Attend to your
join you.
fucking ring.
Are you actually senile, though? Just, I need to understand for our own safety if that is a possibility.
No.
Holy shit.
Insight check.
No, you don't need to make one. She's not senile.
Excellent. Okay, good to know. Listen.
Just gonna take a leg and just throw it at you. No.
We'll immediately catch that. Or attempt to. I'm willing to take a double shift. The poor boy over there He's had a rough couple of days. I know he can be
We'll alternate.
very...
The last thing that we need is you also getting fucking exhausted. 4 hours, you're done, you're nap.
Keep in mind also, Velendar, you have truly only just recovered from actual exhaustion.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, default state. It's fine. And I feel like he's probably more inclined to ride out the adrenaline that's still kind of subtly through there, and then kind of nap, like, and then crash out in hard meditation after that. So yeah, he's fine with that
Okay, sure, you can do that. Alicia, that does not stop you from waking up in 4 hours. But Velendar has chosen to ride this out.
Alternating is a great plan.
Over the next however many, over the next hour or so, things begin to wind down. You can choose to partake in a drink or two or not. Whatever it is the two of you are doing.
Hey, if we're taking an hour of just chilling out, then your boy's now attuned to his ring.
He's not, though, because you have never attuned to anything before.
This is true.
And as you put this ring on and you begin to focus on it, you're not actually really that sure what you're focusing on.
Fuck.
Or how to do that specifically. I'll get you to roll an Arcana check for me, please.
Okay. With advantage?
No.
It's a 5.
Okay, great. Could you roll a d12 for me, please?
Yes. Are you going to explode my ring on me, you fuck?
No.
Yeah, look, that's a nat 1 on the
Do
d12.
I see him struggling?
Oh, yeah. If we're just chilling around the fire, you would see all of this.
You would see the perplexed nature on this boy's face.
You having trouble?
Evidently so, yes.
DM, is it a reach to ask if I can help?
No, this actually works perfectly because the D12 is the amount of additional hours it's going to take you to attune to the thing.
Excellent.
So rolling a 1 is actually really good because it's only going to take you 1 more hour. But that's because Alicia helps you do so.
How?
How would I help?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got to wear the damn thing, right?
Well, that seems fairly obvious.
Give me your hand.
Fine.
Without the attitude, mister.
Very well.
Just cup the hand. And with the little bit of connection that I have, sort of center my focus on it and try to contain it so that he's not looking for it like a lost puppy.
Mm-hmm. And you don't need to do so for the entire hour. You do so for 10 or so minutes. And by then you kind of get the sense, Velendar, that this is something you need to pay your full attention to. And as someone who is so used to like scanning your surroundings and like being aware of everything else.
And he's literally still distracted by the echoing in his fucking head of this.
Your mum was in your head and it was Laura Bailey. Like
Laura Bailey, everyone. Laura fucking Bailey.
But like you have this distraction about you and it takes you this 10 minutes to like center yourself. And realize that you actually have to pay attention to just this thing.
Yeah.
You need to find the thread. Find the thread and then follow that. You pull it like a tapestry from a rug. Find the thread and pull.
You say that as you let go after these 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. And you, not you, Velendar. And Alicia, you begin to ready yourself for your 4 hours of rest. Velendar, you spend, I assume, the next 50 or so minutes focusing wholeheartedly on this ring. May I get you to roll a perception check at disadvantage?
You may. Ooh, a disadvantage? Perception check? Ooh, sorry, baby girl. That's a 22.
One moment, please. Oh no, my plans.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
What I meant was
and all of my notes.
double disadvantage.
You gotta roll 4 more dice, dude.
One more
Lowest
second.
to the bunch.
Excuse me, I just need to find. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yep. This is my book of notes. Give me 1 second. Yes.
Oh, here it is. Fuck you, Promethean. Oh, good.
Great.
Excellent.
Cool.
Oh god.
It is about. Probably have about 5 minutes left on focusing on this ring.
Mm-hmm.
And what you see, and you barely see it, is these dancing lights go out one by one from the tent that Tybella is in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start to hear. You just hear the slightest sound of discomfort before you hear the sound again so slowly, like someone trying not to get caught. The sound of a tent opening. You don't see Tybella emerge, but you can make an assumption that she may have.
Her coming out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And just don't see where she moves, but it's almost like a glimpse of a shadow of beginning to move out of sight.
Do you want to be quiet, Tybella? I'm trying to concentrate.
You're just calling that out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You don't actually get a response back, but you hear movement. Not towards you.
Okay. I think, given she's recovered, like physically at this point, and is back to her usual, I'm going to fuck everyone up and disagree with everyone for no reason self. I think he'll give her the space to do whatever it is that she is intending to do. He's not going to go hunting her down at this point. He'll see out that last 5 minutes.
You do so easily.
Excellent. And then he will go wandering and attempt
to find her?
Yeah, not for like a confrontation, just to attempt to
It's like a curiosity thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like she might be going off for a wee, right? Like he's not going to interrupt that, but he's also checking in on the welfare of the people here.
It's been less than 10 minutes, so you can withhold your current perception check, which makes me want to yeet myself into oblivion.
Okay.
I'm unhappy as the DM. You very clearly catch up to her. And you don't have to rapidly approach, but you see her essentially, she only moves, I want to say about 30 to 40 feet from the camp. And then you watch as she's kind of looking up at the sky. Not quite sure what she's looking for, but you see her kind of analyzing the stars.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you see. She doesn't seem to notice you at this point in time.
Okay. I think I'd be inclined to just continue to observe at this point.
She stands there for the next 5 or so minutes, unmoving, until she pulls out a book. And it's just like a notebook, right? And and you watch as she begins to scribe something into it. You've had this book before.
Yeah, and she's had pictures of like constellations in that diary, right?
But also, that you recall from this notebook, you have seen constellations. You've seen the symbol, one of the symbols that Marcus has presented.
Yeah.
You have also seen notes on things and people and interactions that she's had, thoughts. It is a combination of a journal and also a factual recollection of things that she's seen.
Mm-hmm.
You watch as she kind of begins to scribe in this book. As the 5 or so minutes pass, she gets to roll a perception check. Eat shit. Oh, that's a natural fucking 20.
Wow, that's going to be the 3 that I rolled for stealth, so, yeah.
She stops mid-writing and looks around at you and she says, I'm sorry, do you need something? Roll an insight check for me.
Of course. I still think I should have advantage on all insight checks against Tibella at this point, given that I've lived parts of her life. Fuck, that's another 3. Fuck you. Which brings up to a 10. Fucking hell, we're back to square one with Tibella.
Do you know what though? You fucked up my plans already. Roll an advantage. Let's go.
I fucking will, thank you.
May as well. Let's go.
The inscrutability of this woman will be the actual death.
Did you roll in that one? Did you roll in that one? Yeah, cool. You. What does a 3 bring you to? From
10.
Okay, better than a 3. She's difficult to read. You know this. This is not a new information to you. She's easier to read now that you have lived her life. The only thing you can glean is that this like attitude that's reemerged is very evidently a guard. Like that's all it is. Like you've seen the vulnerable sides or some vulnerable sides of her. This is very evidently my guard is back up. And you get the sense it's not directed at you. It's just outwardly directed to everyone.
And I think it would be evident to Tibella that Velendar has chosen not to try and like obnoxiously make his way past that when it comes back up at this point.
Great.
Yeah.
Love that. So, did you need something was what she said.
Not particularly, just checking in.
Do you make a habit of following me into the darkness?
I'm on watch. I'm watching.
I don't think it's me you need to be watching.
Do you have concerns?
No. Yes.
Out with it.
No. I don't need to be out with it. You were there when the Shadowbinders reapproached.
I was.
I don't want to do this with you, Velendar.
Then don't. You don't. I am many things. Not a single one of them is inclined to speaking plainly. But if there is one thing that I can make plain to you, Tibella.
Go on.
This is unnecessary.
What is unnecessary?
Our interests are aligned. Yes?
Yes.
I have seen parts of your life that I suspect no one, prior or since, will ever see. And I will respect, until I'm in the grave, the sanctity of those experiences. But never for a moment think that you need to dance around information with me.
I'm not dancing.
If there's a danger to you, there is a danger to me, and potentially vice versa at this point. For example, Mother Dearest is in the area.
I'm aware.
She doesn't have a particularly keen interest, but it's been made exceedingly clear to me that if we cross paths, I'm as good as dead. And I assume that applies to everyone who happens to be in the vicinity.
You forget that she killed my entire family, Velendar, aside from my father.
Not something I can forget. I don't know how that whole experience was for you.
I dare say you do.
It was as if it happened to me. You may not believe that, but it is as though I felt it myself, as though it was my own who died at their hands. It's not something I am likely to forget. And if there is ever a chance to balance those scales, then I will jump at that chance.
Okay. I get it. And as she says this, she moves closer to you. Not super close, but like close enough that if anyone was trying to overhear, they couldn't. Not face to face, by the way. She is standing over your shoulder. Almost like she's... Stop it.
I do love being a little spoon.
Fucking hell. She circles behind you. And in your left ear, you hear her say, "I'm sorry, Velendar, but I'm out of moves." And she walks away. Back towards her tent.
How quickly is she walking?
Quickly enough.
No, wait. What do you mean? Out of moves?
She doesn't say anything. She just keeps going.
But heading back to her tent, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point, Velendar's like, the hairs on the back of his neck raise a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to chase her to the tent. He's not going to make an issue of it. He's not entirely sure he'd survive if he tried. But what he will do is he'll do an immediate perimeter check of the area. He's concerned. He's not concerned that Tobel has done something specifically, necessarily. But the phrasing and his association with the phrasing has just got him immediately jacked
On
up.
edge.
Yeah, correct.
Make a investigation check for me, please. You hear the sound of the tent re-zipping itself.
He's so rattled that it's very poor. With a 3, bringing that to an 8.
It's one of those things where you are so used to doing this little perimeter check, and like you're used to being on watch. This is part of your previous job, your previous life before this party. There are moments where you think you hear something and it's like the click of a branch, and you are so on edge that you just like kind of whip around, and then you look down and it's you that has stepped on the branch. It's like that paranoia that just does not leave you for the entirety of the first 4 hours. And your first watch the first half of your watch is completed without issue. Are you continuing to stay up as Alicia begins to emerge?
I think before she does, not having found anything to assuage his concerns, he's opening Tybella's tent. No, fuck it. Wake up. What the fuck do you mean?
She's not asleep.
Sure.
You just busted in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. She's not asleep. She is sitting up in this tent. Just in one spot. Alicia, can you make a perception check for me as you wake up or come out of your trance / meditation during this period of time? If you are trying to be stealthy, Velendar, in the way that you're speaking.
Not in that moment. He's rattled by it. He's already at a fever pitch because of fucking everything that's happened so far. And it's just one more thing that he's not able to join the dots on. And so it won't be stealthy in that sense at all.
With a 19, you hear this, Alicia, you hear the tent open. And then you hear the sound of Velendar. Not yelling or anything, but like authoritatively speaking towards who you can assume is Tybella as the only person in a tent. And she does not look at you, Velendar, and she goes, I am not doing this with you, Velendar. For all intensive purposes, Alicia, you can hear all of this conversation until it finishes. You don't know that though, Promethean, so...
No, fair. If you're going to apologize to me, it seems
I'm
only
not
fair
going to apologize.
You literally just did you not? So for what?
Nothing.
You are infuriating.
And you are insufferable.
I've never claimed to be anything otherwise.
Great, neither have I.
Wonderful. Enjoy the isolation of your own fucking inscrutability then.
Okay, enjoy the fucking isolation of your life.
And he will
Go on, queer enough. Do what it is that you do best.
So having turned heel, attempting to get the last word and storm off, immediately stops. Won't turn back, but will just stop dead in his tracks. And his shoulders will slump a little. Assuming he clocks Alicia being up and about and ready for watch.
The last thing you will hear is Tybella say, "Run away again."
And he will very deliberately stride, not to where his little bedroll setup is, but away from the camp, out into the darkness in an entirely random direction.
Excellent. Alicia, what are you doing?
Kind of pitched up against the cart, listening to all of it as he walks by. You don't have to be so rude. I know it's your default state. He cares for you.
You're saying this to Tybella?
I know we're not exactly friends. We got off on the wrong foot. I wasn't told of you. But I've lived a long time. If you close yourself off to everybody, you're going to be isolated. You're doing it now. You're going to do what you want. But don't be a fool. And I'll walk away, off towards Velendar.
When you say you're going to be isolated, you watch as she looks like she wants to say something. But then you continue to speak and she doesn't.
I've lived a long time, as I said. I know what it means to be alone. You don't want that.
Maybe I do.
I can promise you, you don't.
Guess we'll find out.
No, you'll die long before that. And just keep walking.
Excellent. Is there anything that, before I make you both roll investigation checks for this 4 hours, that you two would like to do?
Do you need anything?
So Alicia's attempting to follow Velendar, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll have enough of a head start that he'll attempt to slip anyone following. Like, the intention is to sulk off.
Can make a stealth roll
on his own. Did that, and I've
You
done
can
a
make-
disadvantage.
Do you know what?
Given
You
his
will...
current state, and it's not good. So
Okay.
it's a
Alicia,
13.
you will make a survival roll for me, please.
Oh.
Because you're tracking someone. It's not that you're
Right,
just
yeah,
perceiving them, you're tracking them.
Okay. So that'd be a +6 instead of 9, so 25.
Easily track him.
Mm-hmm.
Most obviously helped by the sound of weeping in the trees. And you'll
Okay.
find him. Don't. Please.
Don't what?
I don't require another voice in my head right now. Please.
Well, it's good I'm not in your head.
Just.
If you want isolation, if you want to be alone, all you need to do is ask. But if you'd like somebody to sit by, I can do that too.
Consider it asked. Please. Just. Fucking. Go.
It won't be far. Try and get some rest.
And he'll sit there crying for a little while.
I actually won't leave. I will go about 15 paces out between him and the camp and just stay there.
Could you both make investigation rolls? Velendar, you can make yours at disadvantage because you're investigating through tears.
That's a fat +1, which is a 17.
And investigation with a +5 pulls that to 10, 12.
Velendar, you are so focused on just attempting to exist that there's nothing that really catches your interest. But for all intents and purposes, as the night passes and the sun begins to rise on the horizon, it's fine. Like, there's nothing that you see or that feels dangerous.
Yeah.
Alicia, similar thing. Every now and again, you're in the forest. Don't know if you guys need reminding, but you're in the forest. There are animals. There are things that move within these branches that create noise, and there are a couple that you kind of have to double take, but nothing that immediately draws your defense. You do hear Velendar, for however long he chooses to weep.
It's not going to be forever. It'll be, say, just a 10. Well, the actual, like, crying mess of a princess, 5-10 minutes.
Mm.
And then there will just be a period of silence while he kind of recenters himself for another 5 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll probably head over for a little rest. Actually, there's something he'd do before he buckles in for an actual rest.
Go on.
But no, as you were before we get to that.
So for you also, Alicia, this final 4 hours goes by, no issue.
Watch Velendar get up and move past. Don't say a word.
And you watch him go past Marcus's tent.
Cart. He is in the back of the cart.
He's in the back of the cart. And then you watch him stop. And it's as though he's remembered something. He's going to turn to the cart. And very carefully, incredibly stealthily, he's going to crawl into the cart. And he's going to grab Marcus's cane.
He's going to grab it? Okay, make a stealth roll at advantage. Marcus, make a perception check at disadvantage.
26.
Whoa.
Don't fail me now, Raven's Ridge dice.
Also, Lockie, welcome into the chat. We miss you. Hope you're having a good time.
First roll was 19, then Raven's Ridge hit me with a 4.
Don't you blame Raven's Ridge?
Yeah, don't blame Raven's Ridge for your terrible fucking time.
This is helping with the story, DM, so I'm loving every second of rolling these dice.
Hey, you get this cane, no fucking issue. Marcus has got drool coming out of his mouth.
Excellent. He kind of takes that, swishes it around a bit, because there's one thing that he knows about this. One, it's a very delicate little wolf's head on the end of this thing, right? There it is. But there's one other thing that he knows about this. It doesn't feel right, because he's held it before. And it's only at this point, kind of in just a moment of sheer exhaustion and desperation, that he needs something that feels like a win. And having remembered that, and the fact that Marcus has put himself out of commission with a whole bunch of wine and late night reading, has decided that now's the time to have a little investigation of Marcus's fucking cane.
Okay. You do so. Are you trying to uncover anything arcane, or just trying to figure out what it is?
I'm pretty sure the only thing that seemed odd about it when Velendar handled it was the weight of it, I think. And D might have to remind me specifically what it was, but it was just the weighting of it felt off, right?
D, I'm going to let you, as the owner of this cane, decide what sort of a check Velendar would need to make to understand the properties of this cane, if any.
As Velendar picks up the cane, this is a straight steel-tipped cane with a heavy head in it. The balance is completely off for the cane. Should be balanced in the middle, right?
Yeah, maybe a little bit up because of the head, but yeah.
Curiously, the weight seems to be almost balanced towards here. And again, if you care to roll an investigation check.
Yeah. Love to. It's a nat 1.
Yeah! You don't know shit.
Cool. Marcus is going to be violently awoken by his cane hitting him in the head as Velendar just disgustedly throws this fucking thing back into the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Alicia, you see all of this fucking happen without issue. May, as Marcus, you are awoken. What are you doing? You just get smacked in the fucking head, and you see that it's Velendar very quickly that has thrown this cane at you.
Is Tybella undead? Has she ridden for the dead? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Do we need to...
Shut it, Marcus! Velendar will angrily princess stomp his way to his sleeping position.
Velendar, can you please make a perception check at advantage?
Certainly. At advantage?
Mm-hmm.
It's 18 on the die, making that 25.
You stomp angrily towards where you are about to meditate for the next couple of hours. A part of your subconscious, despite the anger, glances towards Tybella's tent. And you see that it is wide open. And you catch blood on the outside of the tent.
Alicia.
Just the smallest amount.
Head snaps. Runs over.
Where does this go?
Shush. Immediately looking at the blood.
Investigation check. At advantage.
I assume both of us would be investigating at this point, right?
No, this is just Alicia. Because you've asked
investigation
her to.
Or survival. Sorry.
What do you think you are attempting to do? Are you investigating the scenario, or are you trying to attempt to find a trail?
I'm trying to find out where the blood came from and where it went.
I'm going to say investigation for this specifically, because at the moment there's no sight of a trail. It's just what you see.
15.
15. Immediately, what you notice is the same thing. There is no blood that leaves the tent. But there is blood on the tent. And as you open the tent, kind of very cautiously, there is a sizable amount of blood within this tent. And it is blood splatter, like someone has just been sliced at, just sprayed all over the tent. What are you doing? No sign of a body, no sign of anyone.
This is clearly like way too much blood. Like this is lethal. Yeah?
Not lethal.
Okay.
But it's a lot.
Looking for footprints. Anything that leads out.
No out.
Did you hear anything when you were coming over here? Anything at all? I didn't notice anything that.
Not a thing.
Okay,
and Velendar will just start yelling, Tybella! Tybella!
I'm gonna cast a message to Tybella.
Mm-hmm.
It has a 120-foot range.
Mm-hmm.
Cast it to anybody within an area that I'm familiar with, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And just say, I know you want to be alone. Where are you? I need to know. Where are you?
You feel the spell take effect, and you know it's successful. But the thing with the message spell is that even if the magic is successful, there is a chance you don't get a response. And you don't.
Okay,
are you
she's alive.
sharing with Velendar what has happened within the tent? Because at this point, it's only you that sees it.
I think he'd pretty quickly be looking into the tent himself.
Then you'd fucking see it.
Yeah.
She's alive. For now. There's no trail. There's no trail out. Can she use magic? Can she move magically through the etheric weave?
Who the fuck knows what she's capable of, to be honest?
Velendar, can you make a perception check for me?
Yeah.
At advantage.
And on first scan of the tent, like as part of whatever happens here or next, he's going to make his own assessment of the scenario inside the tent, and he's also going to deliberately clock if she's left any of her belongings here specifically as part of that. Perception check at advantage. That's going to be 16, making it is that 23?
Okay. Alicia.
DM, I'd like to do something a little bit stupid.
Okay, go on.
You can tell me to fuck off if it's.
And I will if I think it's if it's worthwhile doing so.
I want to hunter's mark her blood in the tent.
Okay.
Because
Tell me more. Tell me more about Hunter's Mark.
When I mark a creature with Hunter's Mark, I know where they are.
Is there a range?
The actual thing is you magically mark a creature you can see within range of your quarry, so kind of it's her blood. You have advantage on any perception or survival checks to find them.
Okay,
so
cool.
I have advantage on finding them. Yeah,
Good
I don't
to
know
know
where they are. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Good to know. What was your perception check, Velendar?
Was that 23?
2 things. You see a folded piece of parchment just peeking from her bedroll. You also see the small notebook that you have once seen before under a pillow. You also see, as a third thing, a note that has been taped back together and is in the handwriting of Marcus, just sitting on top of where she was resting. I will allow D20 to send the note to you. It is very clear that this is a note that Marcus has written that she tore up in the cart and has since patched back together. And you can assume she's read it, left it behind. What are you going for first? The folded piece of parchment or the book?
I think the book would be grabbed, but just kind of stuck under the arm because he assumes that he knows mostly what's in it. That's a later item to look into. The parchment thing would also be the re-taped note would also be secondary because he can ask Marcus about it. The parchment is the unknown quantity, and that's the thing that he's probably going to be looking at first.
You unfold it. The ink is dry, so this isn't a fresh note, but it also doesn't look aged. At least too old. It's very short.
Like Alicia.
Wow. I love your deflection, baby girl. That's real cute. But it says very simply, "Don't come looking for me. If the Shadowbinders find me, you are all in danger. It's better off this way. Don't die."
That note, he's going to use sleight of hand specifically so that Alicia hopefully doesn't see it.
I'll get you to do that. I'm also going to make you do an investigation check for me. The investigation you can also do at advantage.
Okay. Investigation. 15, 5's a dirty 20. The sleight of hand will be...
Alicia, roll perception against this.
Yeah, go on. So you're rolling against a 11.
17 on the die.
Nice.
You see the note be pocketed.
Yeah.
If you want me to help you find her, you can't be cagey. Give it. You want my cooperation, you earn trust, and I earn trust. This is how you do it. Give me it.
She's left for our safety. That's enough for me for now. What was I investigating, Dan?
As you try to pocket this book, there is you've looked through this book before. My cats are fighting relentlessly in the background.
Ricky, chill the fuck out.
You've pocketed this book before, and it's organized. The entire thing has always been like when you flicked through it the first time, there was nothing out of place. There is a very small overhanging bit of parchment that just peeks out of this notebook that does not feel right to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost inserted between the pages.
Great. He's gonna wait until he's alone to look over the book itself and whatever that piece of parchment is.
Which is easy enough to do because at this point, Alicia, are you handing the note over to Alicia now?
Pardon.
Oh, okay, great. I don't mean the one in the book. I mean the original one that she's clocked. Okay, great.
It's mine.
Cool. Well then, as you were. Fuck me, I guess.
So I'm barring the exit of this tent.
He's not attempting to exit. He's now reading the patched together note that Marcus wrote.
Cool.
Do you want me to read this thing?
Yeah, you can read it out loud.
I think Marcus needs, like...
No, I think you as the person reading the note can read it.
Okay, great.
What's it say?
Bella, I hope you find this letter a little more direct, rather than my normal dithering and withering even. You have shared suffering of personal losses. At this point, Velendar's going to stop reading it out loud to Alicia and read it silently. And doing so, we'll silently read. You've shared suffering of personal losses that would break many, yet you are still here driven and resolute. Despite being thrown together for a little over a week, your own words have told of a shared purpose and yet unknown connections. Time may yet reveal if that purpose is of benefit to us both. I truly hope it is. I spent a good portion of my life reading, watching, and listening to the great stories and mysteries. Now we find ourselves in the midst of one such defining story. I want to believe the fates have brought us all together, but it's our wills and deeds that will write this story. In the last 24 hours, much has been revealed. On the surface, we should be at each other's throats for the terrible crimes of others against those we love. To honor those we love, I asked for the most precious thing, time. Time to unravel these half stories and shadowy mysteries. Time will serve as a better judge than impulsive actions which may ultimately betray our loved ones. Please, I beseech you not to judge Velendar as his mother. He did not commit those heinous crimes against you and your family. You and he have a twinned passion to extract revenge on his mother. Twined, perhaps. To ally with him and stay the path will give you a greater chance of succeeding. Losing a partner to a violent death means your anger and hatred towards Hakari is deeply understandable, but I sense he is a victim of circumstance. Please stay your hand until the full story can be told. You may not trust me, and you may never end up trusting me, but I offer these words honestly and with open heart. You may disdain of my sympathies for your losses and pain, but I hope you accept my understanding of what this has meant to you. Should you read these words and decide I am a fool, you will not be the first, and definitely not the last. I'm not asking you to trust me or us, but simply allow this story to continue and the facts unfold, rather than let the emotions overwhelm into disastrous and irrevocable actions. Sincerely, Marcus Drody.
Mr. Quernos.
And I think at that point, he will attempt to exit the tent, and that note, he will press into Alicia if she chooses to take it and read it.
I think I'll put my hand on your chest as you try to move out. I've only just become a part of this little group. And I don't mean to pull the same fucking shit time and time again. I've lived a long fucking time. If you want me to help you, if you want me to be on your side, you have to fucking trust me. And you have to be willing to give me the information that I need to best suit this group. You want to be cagey? Fine. You'll die. Because I won't be able to protect you when needed. And you won't be able to do the same for me. So you want to play this cagey shit? Keep going. A little bit of honesty goes a long fucking way.
Really fucking quickly. Judge! Welcome in! Thanks for the raid! Thanks for the raid. Hey, Judge, you want to know a fucking spoiler? We had Matt Mercer and Laura Bailey in this episode, motherfucker!
And Bro's fucked.
And Fro is fucked. But also, on top of
Laura
Matt
Bailey's voice was in my character's head, guys. It's my guy's mom. That's my mom. Laura Bailey's voice in my head.
On top of that,
what the fuck?
we
And she
have
hates
Rin _ fucking Vixen joining the campaign this evening. So like, hey, fucking starstruck all around is what I say.
Stop. Fuck you. I'm just a guy. I'm just out here. Anyway, fuck you, Velendar. I don't know that name. I don't actually know that name.
You've heard other people call him that. You've heard specifically Ty Bella.
That's a name that I don't know.
It was very specific. Yeah, true. But it was specifically pointed out. I think Delphine or Marcus maybe pointed out Velendar is what he is referred to when they're out and about.
Until given permission, I'm not calling you that.
Not part of the conversation. So you'll have the note on the thing.
Yes.
You've given me this spiel about trust. Velendar, immobile by choice, unmoving, staring you dead in the eye. Find out what this blood is about, and you will have earned your place here. And he will push past you out of the tent.
Alicia, you haven't cast Hunter's Mark on this blood. Having cast it on blood, not the person, it works, but you don't know where she is. What you do know, with a combination of Hunter's Mark and also with what you're looking at, this looks staged. This looks like someone has set this up to look worse than what it was. Or even just to make it look convincing.
Rifle through the rest of the tent, looking for anything else, trying not to disturb as much as I can.
You, taking the time to do so, find a mundane dagger. You find a water skin. You find basic belongings that reinforce that this is convincing enough that if someone wanted to make it look like they were dead or gone, that it could pass.
So she's taken all of her effects that would allow her to survive?
The important ones. The important ones. The bare essentials have actually been left behind. It's more of like her actual named equipment and stuff that she's taken with her. Most of what you're looking at is mundane. At this point,
out of the tent.
Velendar's walked off. Marcus, I don't know where you are, buddy.
Could you roll a d20 for me, DM, and tell me if I'm awake or not?
Oh, you are awake. You got smacked in the head, dude.
Yeah, but that's Velendar. He does that all the time. He
okay. You're going to see if you went back to sleep?
Please.
16. You decide. You're asking me to make the fucking check.
In that case, tragically, Marcus kind of hears all this stuff. As carefully pulled together attire to investigate, stay warm, and possibly deal with some traumatic event comes out. At what point do we see of? I can hear the noise. Delphine's still meditating.
You more see Alicia than you do Velendar. Investigating.
Oh, wait. It's pitch black. I'm not an elf, and I don't have
It's not
dark
pitch
vision.
black. It's dawn. You're muted, Promethean.
No.
I think he was just sighing. Marcus grabs the walking stick. The bruise steps over, casts detect magic in a glorious way to see if any arcane use has been for Tybella to spirit itself away. Wait! I sense magic. Magic. It's a kind of magic.
Very well just be me.
Yes. He just ignore him, and it's Tybella was going to ditch us at some point, and has she ditched us?
It seems so.
Sooner than I would have liked, but expected, unfortunately. And then kind of go across and then poke the tent. Is she okay? Is this her blood or something else blood?
Definitely her blood,
hers.
Alicia.
It's hers. She's not in danger. I tell you that much.
Okay. DM, is there any sense that Marcus has always had a sense that she had magical capabilities? So there's two things he would quite like to do. One, is there any sense of druidical magic that's been used within space?
Yes.
And is it a powerful druidic spell that's being cast? Can I get a sense of that? Something that would make her be able to travel in some way, shape, or form?
Like, specifically, you're looking for any form of teleportation or expedited way to get out of here?
Absolutely, because she's appeared in some random places, which was been unexpected, where especially Astrid's death, she turned up very, very quickly.
Yes. You get the sense that there is some form of magic that has been able... You don't understand it completely, because... You've never actually really been able to understand the nature of Tybella's magic.
Nope,
but it feels like she was able to get out of here quickly. Particularly because there are, like, you're searching this from an arcane perspective, but even to the naked eye, there is no footprints. So this all adds up.
Yeah. And the personal, again, quickly just looking around for personal items. Where is Velendar stomped off in a particular direction, or is he just stomped off?
I am going to say that you don't know, based on having woken up.
That's fine.
Yeah. Speaking of Velendar, as this all plays out, you find a place that you feel like you can't be seen. You're opening this note?
Yeah, the book-bound note. He'll have a quick read of.
It's interesting because Tybella has pulled so many things on, like, over on this party. Like, just so many things that no one has been able to detect. You've been through this book before, and there is almost, like, as you open it, an expectation that she's been able to, like, wipe the pages or something like that. But everything that you initially saw is still intact. Everything she's ever written in this book is still there. You come to this folded piece of paper. You pull it out. And it is a lot fresher than the other note. You can see that there is like a smudge of ink on this piece of parchment. Just as if someone's kind of written it quickly and then closed it within these pages. And it says, I rarely say this, but, Javier, I'm sorry. I had to be sure that you would not follow me. For what it's worth, you could never be like them. When I say I'm out of moves, I'm out of reasons to keep pushing you all away. And that's all it says.
Oh.
Very specifically, I'm going to send you the way that this is written.
Wow.
That's why we're going to end the session.
Fuck. Okay.
Hey, thanks for playing D&D with me tonight, guys.
Sure.
Hey, thanks, Rin, for joining the campaign. This has been a ton of fun. This has been traumatic as fuck. I love it.
What do we think of Baby Girl, huh?
Yeah, right?
I think she fits.
She's
I
really
think she fits.
cute.
She's so cute.
And
she's so
talented.
Cute. Yeah. Yeah.
She got skills. She got moves.
The dice rolled really well for me this session. Fuck me.
Tank, I can do that. I can do it at the tail end of the episode, if that helps. Because what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go around and we're gonna talk to everyone. Because we do a thing here where we have to talk about our favorite moments before I let these guys spruik who they are. And we're just gonna go in reverse overlay order because I feel like I haven't heard from D20 enough this evening.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Emily? For the love of God, please drink more or have something. Seek help immediately.
I don't drink. What are you talking about? D20.
Water,
could you
Emily.
Tell us,
water.
Can you tell us your favorite moment from this evening, please?
So the bit that the rest of our wonderful viewers didn't see is Promethean trying not to have some sort of weird conflict of emotions, hearing what Tank has requested, which is Laura Bailey's voice playing Velendar's mother, leaving a particular message. The other bit was the spectacular start to a tragically broken relationship within this group where our wonderful new ranger decided to protect the party by pulling a bow on another party member, and then a fight ensuing which involved everyone but the elves getting injured by crashing a horse and cart. So Rin, beautiful moment, and Promethean, just pure genius of leaping up and saying, I'm going to stop this by crashing the goddamn cart. So incredible moment.
Crash it. I pull the horses up to stop. That wasn't a crash.
So when there's a sudden
been.
stop and people fly off it, technically it's a crash, but you know.
No one flew off. You two were inside.
It's just a brake check.
Yeah, it's a brake check.
Yeah. So an incredible start. So Rin, thank you so much for bringing such a wonderful person into the party, and Promethean for causing instant chaos. Mwah.
Yeah. Hey, Rin, what was your favorite moment of the evening?
Pro's question. That caught me off guard.
Which one
big
specifically? Because I think I know what you're talking about, but just in case anyone's jumped in.
Basically, do you regret having a long life?
Yeah.
That was just like, all right, motherfucker.
Yeah. Welcome to fucking Velendars mentality.
That question was like, okay, well, we're going to rewatch all of Frey Ren in like 3 seconds real quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, if you don't know, Freyren is a great anime about an elf that lives for a couple thousand years and watches everybody that she knows and loves dies. It's really fucking sad.
Which is a concept that we've already really barely explored in this campaign. Like,
it's very beautiful. So
it's a baby world, right? So it's a rare opportunity to actually talk to a character of that age. And I feel like we've only just sort of tapped that particular resource. It's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah. That was again, caught me off guard. Super fucking cool question.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, it's a shit answer, but the entire chemistry of the group, like, it's very scary to play a new character, but it's also even scarier to play a new character in an already established group at the middle of a campaign. So to be able to just be like, I'm here now, and it just fucking works is really cool.
Yeah.
So, props to all of you.
Yeah. No, and it did work really well. You guys did real good. Proud DM moment. Promethean, what was your favorite moment this evening?
Buckle in, fuckers, because I've got a few.
Oh boy.
Fucking hell. So I guess we'll start with, oh, for fuck's sake, it's insane. Marcus going for the throat on a bunch of, like, because we see Marcus in a couple of different modes. You've got, like, whimsy Marcus, who's like, oh, I'm just deflecting literally everything ever. And then you've got fucking locked in, this is the thing that I think is important, and I'm going to fucking continually persist with this line of questioning until I get answers that I think are useful. Marcus, and we saw more of that Marcus, and I fucking love it. It was like, yeah, right, there's more to this dude than bagpipes and belly button lint. So I love that. Rin, just in general as a human being, is fucking rad. So it's like hard not to be a favorite moment. But character wise, I think that little sequence of like drawing a bow, and then my fucking doomed attempt to try and like do something about that, but then you just immediately acrobating yourself onto the back of a fucking horse to continue doing the thing was just outstanding. That was very cool. And just generally cool vibes about the character as well. So I'm really looking forward to kind of Alicia's, I guess, existence in general. Delphine, while we had Salt with us, like the popping over the top and just interjecting into conversations.
Yeah, I love that. It's so
really
cute.
fills me with so much joy.
So cute.
Because it is so very Delphine and it is so very Salt, and I fucking love it. Truly love that. And then there was every single moment that Emily showed that she actually hates me and wants me to die. So, hey, good fucking get with the Matt Mercer like intro for the campaign. That's really cool. And then you did a little thing of, oh, hey, we're gonna bring a little cutscene in, and then did like a double fake, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's not happening. But then it did happen, and it was Laura. As the voice of Belinda's mother. What the fuck? That's insane. That is truly, I have not recovered and will not recover for some time. I will process and reprocess this information a whole bunch. Also, the actual kind of lines written up are like a fucking... That set of lines has nailed every single core fundamental fear that drives Velendar as
It's almost like she's your mum.
as a person, right? Like, I cannot tell you, and I truly did just like blip out of existence listening to it, so I had to read it to actually go clock this. But it's like every single line is a deep cut, and just gold fucking standard DMing in general.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you not aware that was a compliment aimed at you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh no. That's it for now.
Cool. My favorite moment was augury. That was fucking cool, dude. I was not expecting that, and I was very frightened. Immediately so frightened. But no, fucking good get. Loved that. Hey, at request, we're gonna do the Laura Bailey thing real quick one more time, and then we're gonna intro all these people and get the fuck out of here, because you'll see the intro every time we do the campaign. You're gonna have to tune in next time to see that. But we will do.
Well, just come to my house where I'll have an installation on the wall, running it on loop.
I forgot the thing, but the stealth roll of 40.
Oh, right.
Crazy. I
only know one other person who's hit 40 on a 40 or 40 plus on a stealth roll, and she happens to be DMing this game. And it took a whole bunch of extra shit to get her there.
Yeah, you got there with a pass without a trace. That's it.
Anyway, let's go over to Laura Bailey. We'll see you back here very shortly.
Poor little Velendar. I hear that's what you're calling yourself now. Do not flatter yourself. I didn't come here for you. You were never that important. But since you're near, I suppose your death will serve as something useful from the disappointment you turned out to be. Unimportant and unremarkable. There won't be a legacy. No final words. Just a dagger. And a purpose you'll never be worthy of understanding. Run as far as you want, Velendar. I won't chase you. You're not worth that. But if you cross my path, I'll end you. Quietly. Like snuffing out a candle I forgot I ever lit.
Actual fucking goosebumps.
I need you to know that one of the coolest parts
really
of
good.
that entire thing, and it's the final thing I'll kind of leave you with before I get you all to introduce yourselves, is that Laura asked me, what type of an accent do I need to do? And also, does she care? And I was like, no, there is no element of care. And she was like, cool, I'm going to pronounce his name wrong.
Nice.
And I was like, whoa. Like, it was real cool. And yeah, no, it was very fucking excellent. So thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
But hey, let's find out who the party is. We're going to go the opposite way this time. Promethean, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to?
Hey, hi, I'm Promethean. This is Zero on it. I'm a prolifically casual player of games, and not as cool as anyone else here. Some of those involve rolling.
Fuck up.
Some of those involve rolling dice, which I do regularly here over at Beefles and Dragons, and running my first little campaign over at the Law Rights, where I'm also, I guess, the producer for our little Call of Cthulhu stuff over there, and also Tale of Two Queens, run by Ash Makes Stuff. A super cute little level 20 5e adventure that will be back at some point. It's going to be a fun time.
Did you just call yourself a producer? That's the first time I've heard you call yourself that.
I did. What of it?
Okay, Rin, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to?
Hi, I'm Ren. I stream every day. That's my job. I yap a lot. I play some video games professionally. I'm a bitch. I don't know. I play TTRPG sometimes. Fun fact: this is my 4th character I've ever played in a campaign, which is fun. And I'm gonna do more because stuff. I'm working on some cool things in the background that I can't talk about, but I can talk about the first episode of Wild Magic West, which is going to be coming out on Winter's Tales in this weekend. Fuck. That's going to be on Sunday, which is pretty exciting. I am playing a character by the name of Loretta Knight, who is a very ambitious character. I'll say this. I pitched the idea of this character to Whitney, and her response was, Rin, this is your 3rd character, and you are doing something that people with 10 years of experience wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. And I was like, all right.
I got this.
Hey, if you want to fucking find out about Loretta, she's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I like D&D, and I'm a fucking nerd, and I yap. That's it. I stream every day on this platform. Did I do good?
Yeah, you did. Hey, you did. Snaps for Rin.
Acceptable, I guess.
Shut up.
Okay, prolifically casual fucking gamer of streamer and things on the internet.
Mr.
But,
000 in it.
Wow,
Yeah.
you fucking go out of focus more.
I will. This is my campaign. I can do what I want.
D20, who are you?
D20, who are you?
With such a prolific cast of stars around me, I would just like to point out a couple of things. For those clips that you heard, Emily queued a total of about 8 hours to get in front of those human beings who apparently were remarkably generous to spend time and actually have a couple of very serious.
Flight.
But she did, but she got those clips, and she got interrogated by her about a D&D game by Matt Mercer and Laura Bailey. So again, worth it in every time. Thank you, Emily, for doing that and making Promethean's life just that little bit more uncomfortable than it needs to be. But it was a thing of beauty. So thank you. And I will be here next time we play this glorious game with this glorious group. Huge shout out to Salt, who unfortunately had to drop out halfway through. A wonderful human being. And we saw Lockie appear in chat for a brief while. So we miss you all dreadfully. And again, Talera, look forward to the chaos and meeting Rin's character properly. Back to you, wonderful.
Look forward to using your babysitter against you.
Yeah. Hey,
great.
we're gonna do a quick little raid. And you're all gonna say nice things to everyone that's in the channel.
I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that.
Go on, do it, coward.
Yeah, do it, you coward. You can say the C word on this channel.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna scream slurs, but
Excellent. And in Pride Month, Rin.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gay. I'm allowed.
That's fair. Hey, we're gonna go raid now. Have a wonderful evening. We will see you very soon.
2 weeks time, right?
Yeah, probably me like dating inanimate objects also. But hey, we'll see you all soon. Have a wonderful evening.
See you, fuckers.
Stay safe.
Bye.
And don't die. Bye.
Bye.